Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, The Architect's Maze, Distorted Reality Unraveled. The letter came on an ordinary Tuesday, the kind with the sky hung low and gray, and the rain tapped a lazy rhythm against the windows. I had never been close to that side of the family. In fact, I barely knew my great-uncle apart from a few second-hand stories. Oddly enough, they all mentioned his obsession with shapes, angles, curves, spaces that defied logic. I shrugged it off at the time, thinking it was just eccentric talk. Until I saw the photos attached to the letter. The mansion perched on a hill, its facade a chaotic mix of sharp edges and sweeping curves that felt almost aggressive, like it was daring you to understand it. Still, I didn't think much of it. I told myself it was a curiosity, maybe even a lucky break. I'd always wanted a change of scenery. My life, well, it was mostly a blur of deadlines, half-finished projects, and the same cramped apartment with peeling wallpaper. The idea of a new place, a fresh start, sounded like a whisper of possibility. The next morning, I packed a bag and caught the first train out. The town near the mansion was small, the kind where the streets were their age like a badge, cracked sidewalks lined with gnarled trees and storefronts that had seen better decades. The scent of damp earth mixed with wood smoke from chimneys. I breathed it in deeply, the cool, sharp air filling my lungs with a strange sense of anticipation. When I arrived, the mansion loomed above the trees, larger than I expected. Its stone walls were mottled with moss and ivy, and the windows, well, they weren't windows in any conventional sense. Some were tall and narrow, others oddly twisted, as if the glass itself had been pulled and stretched at odd angles. The front door was set beneath a porch that seemed to tilt slightly to one side, though my eyes couldn't decide if it really was crooked or just a trick. I hesitated on the steps, my hand resting against the rough, cold wood of the door frame. The texture was uneven, almost like bark. The air smelled musty, a mix of old wood and something faintly metallic, like the scent of a hospital corridor but softer, less clinical. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee still lingering at the back of my throat. Inside, the house was a maze. I spent the first hour wondering, and I'm not exaggerating when I say the hallways seemed to fold in on themselves. A corridor I entered from the foyer curved left, then right, then suddenly narrowed until I had to duck. The ceiling dropped unexpectedly, and the floor sloped beneath my feet in a way that made my stomach flip. I stopped, pressed my palm to the wall to steady myself. The plaster was rough, grainy like sandpaper in places, and cool despite the afternoon warmth outside. I caught my reflection in an irregularly shaped mirror hanging crookedly on the wall. My face looked stretched, almost unfamiliar. I blinked, and the image flickered like a faulty screen. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't say what. The air felt heavier here, thicker, as if the house itself was breathing with me. I called out softly, "Hello?" My voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the strange angles. No answer, just the faint creak of settling wood. I tried to find the main living area, hoping for something more conventional. A fireplace, maybe a couch that invited rest. Instead, I found rooms that defied logic. One chamber opened onto another that seemed smaller, but when I turned back, the smaller one stretched out into a hallway I hadn't noticed before. The floorboards creaked underfoot, but the sound was uneven, sometimes distant, sometimes right at my ear, like the house was playing tricks with its own acoustics. By the time I stumbled into what looked like a study, my head began to throb. The walls were lined with bookshelves, but the titles were faded, some in languages I didn't recognize. There was a faint smell of dust and leather, mixed with something acrid, like burnt plastic. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to shake off a rising wave of nausea. This wasn't just jet lag or nerves. The room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to tilt again, and I had to grip the edge of the desk to keep from falling. I sat down heavily, the chair creaking under my weight. My fingers trembled as I traced the grain of the wood, smooth and warm despite the room's chill. The silence pressed around me, dense and unyielding. Somewhere outside, a dog barked sharply, then fell silent. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. There was a faint tapping noise coming from somewhere above me, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone was pacing or drumming their fingers on a railing. I stood, heart tightening. The house felt alive in a way that wasn't comforting. It was as if every shadow stretched just a little too far, every corner held a secret I wasn't meant to see. I moved toward the staircase, but stopped halfway up. The steps seemed longer than they should be, the angle off, the handrail sloping in a way that didn't make sense. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breath. The nausea returned, stronger this time, a twisting sickness that rolled through my gut and left my vision swimming. I opened my eyes and forced myself to look around. The hallway at the top was dim, the light from a single bulb flickering weakly. The walls leaned inward, and the floor seemed to ripple beneath my feet like a disturbed pond. I stumbled forward, fingers brushing the wall for balance. The tapping noise stopped abruptly, leaving a ringing silence that felt almost deafening. "Hello?" I whispered, voice trembling. No answer. I thought I heard something, a soft scrape, a breath of movement just beyond the door at the end of the hall. My pulse quickened, but when I reached out and pushed the door open, the room was empty. Nothing but a child's rocking chair, slowly swaying, though there was no breeze. I blinked. The chair stopped. I backed away, a shiver crawling up my spine. This was no ordinary house. Something about it was wrong. I knew it before, but now the knowledge pressed down on me like a weight too heavy to carry. Still, I told myself it was just my imagination. Odd architecture, weird angles, maybe some leftover drafts. Nothing more. But as I descended the stairs again, the nausea tightened its grip, and the walls seemed to close in just a little further. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay. Yet something held me here, a whisper at the edge of my mind, urging me to uncover the secrets this twisted place was hiding. The house seemed quieter now, but the silence was no comfort. I ran a shaky hand over the plaster beside the door. Rough, cracked. The plaster had started to crumble in places, revealing the lath beneath. The house was falling apart, sure, but that didn't explain the way the walls seemed to bend and stretch, the way rooms shifted just out of sight. I glanced down the hall. The angles were all wrong. Where a ceiling should have been flat, it dipped, like a shallow bowl. The floor tilted just enough to make me stumble. I blinked hard, hoping the nausea would pass. No luck. I moved forward slowly, stepping into the dim light pooling from a cracked window at the far end. Outside, the sky had bruised to a dull purple. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden. A breeze picked up, carrying the scent of damp earth and something metallic. That smell made my mouth dry. I swallowed hard. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, but the house was empty, at least, I told myself it was. Still, I didn't want to be alone. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone was dead. No signal. Typical. This place was off the grid in more ways than one. I'd left town with a buzzing phone and enough battery to last a day, but this mansion seemed to swallow any connection whole. Even my watch had stopped. Time itself felt broken here, like the house had its own rules. I turned back toward the main staircase, the steps groaning underfoot as if protesting my intrusion. The twisted angles made it impossible to tell if the stair was level or slanting. I gripped the railing, rough and splintered, and climbed slowly. At the top, The corridor stretched out, longer than it should have been. Doors lined each side, their peeling paint and tarnished brass pulls promising secrets. I didn't want to know what kind, but I had to look. I chose the nearest door, one with faded initials carved into the wood, ML. The door resisted at first, sticky hinges, I assumed, before swinging open with a slow creak that echoed down the hall. The room inside was shrouded in shadows, lit only by the weak glow of the moon filtering through dusty curtains. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something sharper, like old leather. I stepped inside, my footfalls muffled by threadbare carpet. The walls leaned inward, subtle but unmistakable. The ceiling dipped low in one corner, then vaulted oddly over a window that looked out onto the garden below. I leaned against the wall, steadying myself. The room pulsed with quiet tension, as if it was holding its breath. On the far side, a desk sat cluttered with papers, yellowed photographs, and what looked like architectural sketches. I crossed the room cautiously, the nausea tightening its grip again. My fingers brushed the papers, and I froze. The sketches were bizarre. Floor plans that defied logic, hallways that looped impossibly, rooms that led nowhere. I traced a line with my thumb, feeling dizzy. The architect who'd built this place wasn't just eccentric, he was obsessive, maybe unwell. I wondered if that obsession had infected the house itself. A soft noise startled me, a faint thump, like something heavy settling upstairs. I spun around, heart pounding. Silence. Complete silence. I backed out of the room, closing the door carefully behind me. The corridor stretched endlessly, the walls breathing. I wanted to leave, but something pulled me forward. I had to understand this place, or I'd lose myself in it. Downstairs, I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, the metal cool and solid in my hand. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and warped floorboards. I moved methodically, checking each room, each corner, making notes on my phone when it had signal or in a tattered notebook I found in the study. Hours passed like minutes. My body ached. The nausea came in waves, each one sharper than the last, twisting my stomach until I doubled over. I fought it down with sips of water, but the taste was flat, stale. The house seemed to pulse in time with my headache, its warped geometry gnawing at my mind. Then I heard it again, footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing on the floor above me. I froze. No breeze this time. No creak from the settling wood. Someone was moving around upstairs. I called out softly, voice barely above a whisper. "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. I waited, breath shallow, every muscle tensed. The silence stretched. Then, a faint tapping sound came from the wall nearest the staircase. Tap. 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 Like fingers drumming, waiting. My skin prickled. I knelt down and pressed my ear to the wall. The tapping stopped abruptly. A cold draft whispered past my cheek, carrying the faintest hint of cigarette smoke and old paper. I jerked back, suddenly aware of the oppressive stillness. I needed to find the source of those sounds. I had to be sure I wasn't losing my mind, or worse, that someone else wasn't here, hiding in the shadows. With the flashlight in one hand and the notebook in the other, I climbed the stairs again, each step creaking beneath me. The hallway at the top was darker than before, the walls seeming to lean in closer. I felt sick, dizzy, and yet I pressed forward. At the end of the hall, a door stood slightly ajar, light spilling out in a narrow wedge onto the floor. I edged closer, the smell of smoke stronger now, mixed with something coppery. The door opened into a study, cluttered and chaotic, papers strewn across a massive desk, books piled high and teetering like a precarious mountain. And in the corner, a figure hunched over, cigarette in hand, shadows masking the face. I swallowed hard. My voice caught. Who? Who are you? The figure didn't turn immediately. Instead, a slow smile crept across the face, tired eyes glinting with something unreadable. You shouldn't be here, the voice said, low and rough. This place isn't safe for you. I took a step back, the room twisting around me, the floor tilting. My heart thudded painfully. Why? What do you mean? Who are you? The stranger's smile faded. You don't know what this house does to people. You think it's just the architecture, the angles. It's more than that. It gets inside your head. A chill rolled through me, deeper than the cold draft slipping under the door. Is that why the rocking chair moved? Why the walls? He nodded slowly. It messes with your mind. Not ghosts. Not curses. Just the way it's built. And whoever built it, well, they weren't quite right. I stared at him, mind racing. Was this man the architect's caretaker? A relative? Someone else entirely? My hands trembled. The stranger flicked the cigarette into a cracked ashtray. Listen, you need to get out before it's too late. I hesitated. Outside was the world I knew, but inside this house was a secret I couldn't ignore. Something told me leaving wouldn't be simple. What do you mean? Too late for what? My voice was barely steady. He shrugged, eyes dark with fatigue. You'll find out soon enough. The light flickered overhead, casting the room into brief darkness. When it returned, the man was gone. Silence swallowed the study once more. My breath came in short, ragged bursts. The house waited, watching. And I realized then that the danger wasn't just the impossible angles or the nausea. It was the unknown presence lurking in the shadows, the invisible weight pressing on my mind, a threat I couldn't yet name but could no longer deny. The stranger's words hung heavy in the stale air, thick like the dust motes swirling in the weak beam of my flashlight. It gets inside your head. I blinked, trying to clear the sudden haze crawling at the edges of my vision. The room shifted again, the ceiling seemed to stretch impossibly high, then snap back like elastic. My stomach knotted. I gripped the edge of the cracked mantelpiece for balance. Who are you? I whispered, voice barely more than a rasp. He glanced away, jaw tight, eyes narrowing as if weighing how much to reveal or whether to vanish altogether. The silence stretched, heavy and brittle. Call me Harris, he said at last, voice low and deliberate. I've been here longer than you know. Watching. Waiting. Trying to keep what's left of this place from swallowing anyone else whole. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter tang of metal at the back of my throat. Watching. Waiting. Why? How? His eyes flicked toward the hallway, dim and twisting like a labyrinth in the dim light. Because this house, it's a trap. Not in the way you think. It's not haunted. It's designed to break people. To bend reality until your mind, he stopped, as if the words themselves might summon something worse. You think the architect was mad. But madness doesn't explain this. It's something else. Something deliberate. I shook my head, trying to steady the nausea rising like bile. The angles of the room seemed to lean in closer, suffocating, mocking. Deliberate? What do you mean? Harris stepped forward, voice dropping to a whisper. This isn't just a building. It's a psychological experiment. A prison made of steel beams and warped geometry. The architect wanted to push the limits of human perception, to see how far the mind could distort reality before it shattered. The words echoed inside me, bouncing off my skull like a cracked bell. I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, I swallowed dryly and asked, "And you? Why are you still here? Why haven't you left?" His gaze flickered to the door behind me. "You don't leave once you're inside." "Not really. The house doesn't let you. Not physically. But in here." He tapped his temple, slow and precise. "It traps you mentally. It feeds on your confusion, your fear. The longer you stay, the more it twists your sense of time, space, even who you are." A shudder passed through me, involuntary and sharp. I took a shaky breath. "So, I'm already trapped?" Harris nodded grimly. "The moment you walked through those doors, you crossed a line. You can try to turn back, but the house will make sure you won't want to. You won't trust your own mind enough to leave." I swallowed again, tasting the acrid metallic edge of panic. "What about the rocking chair? The walls moving?" He exhaled slowly, the sound low and tired. "The chair isn't moving on its own. It's your brain filling gaps, trying to make sense of impossible angles. The walls seem to shift because your eyes can't process the irregular geometry. Your inner ear gets confused. That's why your stomach twists. That's why you're dizzy all the time." I closed my eyes briefly, the vertigo crashing over me in waves. When I opened them, the room seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in slow, deliberate pulses. How do I stop it? How do I fix this? Harris shook his head. "You can't. Not without help. And help isn't coming. The architect designed this place to be self-sustaining. People disappear or break down, and the house just keeps going." I felt my hands tremble, fingers curling into fists. "That's horrifying." He shrugged, a bitter smile flickering briefly. "Welcome to your inheritance. You wanted this place, didn't you? Thought it was a way to start fresh. But this house, it's a dead end." The lights flickered overhead, casting long, twitching shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls. The faint, metallic smell of rust and old plaster filled my nostrils, mixing with the cold bite of the draft that snuck in through the warped window panes. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp, sudden, and my skin prickled. "I don't understand," I said. "Why would anyone build something like this? It's evil." Harris's laugh was dry, humorless. "The architect wasn't evil. Just obsessed. Brilliant in ways that didn't make sense to the rest of us. He believed he could map the human mind through architecture. But the building became a maze without an exit for the people inside." I paced, the floorboards creaking beneath uneven weight. Every step felt like it was sinking into a slow, unseen current. I reached the doorway and looked back at Harris. "What happens if I try to leave now? Tonight?" His face darkened. "You won't get far. The house fights. It confuses you. You'll find doors where there were none, rooms that loop back on themselves. You'll hear voices, footsteps behind you. You'll start doubting your own senses. That's when the house wins." I swallowed hard, the cold sweat slicking my palms. "So, I'm stuck." "Yes," he said simply. "You're past the point of no return." The weight of his words pressed down, heavier than the impossible angles around us. I felt my resolve flicker, struggling against the creeping despair. The house wasn't just a building. It was a trap designed to dissolve the self, piece by agonizing piece. I turned to the hallway, where the walls seemed to bend and curve like the inside of a seashell. The light at the far end flickered, then dimmed. The strange, nauseating vertigo surged again, clutching at my chest and throat. My breath came in short, uneven gasps. "Is there anything at all that can help me?" I asked, voice cracking. Harris's eyes softened, a flicker of something like pity or maybe regret crossing his features. "There is one thing, but it's not what you want to hear. It's not a solution. More like a choice." My heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst through my ribs. "What choice?" He looked down, fiddling with a loose thread on his worn jacket. "You can embrace the madness. Learn to navigate the house's twisted logic. Let it become part of you. Or you can fight it until you break. But either way, you change. You don't come out the same." I felt a cold shiver slide down my spine. "So, I can't just leave and be okay?" "No," he said quietly. "Once this place gets under your skin, there's no going back." The room suddenly felt colder, the shadows deeper. The flickering light above sputtered again, threatening to go out. I realized I hadn't blinked in what felt like minutes. My eyes stung, dry and raw. "I don't know if I can do that," I said, voice barely audible. "I don't know if I want to." Harris met my gaze steadily. "You don't get to choose. Not anymore." A sudden creak echoed from the hallway. I spun toward the sound, heart in my throat. The door at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. It wasn't there before, or was it? My mind twisted, trying to anchor itself in something solid. "Wait," I said, stepping forward. "Who else is here?" Harris's eyes darkened. "You're not alone. Never have been." The hairs on my neck prickled. A faint whisper drifted from the shadows, a breathy, indecipherable murmur that made my skin crawl. I swallowed hard, feeling the nausea spike again, sharp and relentless. The walls groaned softly, the owls settling or maybe shifting beneath us. "There's no escape," Harris said, voice low and certain. "Only deeper in." I stared at the open door, the darkness that seemed to pulse like a living thing. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a small, terrified voice screamed that I should run. But my feet didn't move. Because deep down, I knew. I had crossed the point of no return. And whatever waited in that black. The always dim light flickered again, casting shadows that twisted like smoke against the warped plaster. Harris's words hung heavy between us. "There is one thing. But it's not what you want to hear. It's not a solution. More like a choice." I swallowed hard, my throat dry enough to crack. The air tasted stale, like old paper and damp stone, a scent that clung to the place like a second skin. I forced my gaze back to him. "What choice?" He hesitated, looking away briefly as if the walls might overhear. "You can try to fight it, keep your grip on reality, but that means accepting the slow unraveling. The nausea, the paranoia, it's relentless. Or you can let the house break you. Let it rewrite who you are. Step into its rhythm." I blinked. Step into its rhythm? That sounded insane. "Explain," I said, voice barely steady. Harris leaned closer, lowering his voice. "The architect designed this place not just to confuse the eye, but to confuse the mind. The angles, the impossible connections, they're like a maze inside your head. You can either resist and watch yourself fray, or surrender and become something else. A part of the house." My stomach twisted, a dry, sharp ache that spiraled into nausea. I gripped the edge of the cracked banister, its wood rough and splintered beneath my fingers. "I don't want to be part of the house." He nodded, but there was no comfort in it. "No one does." but it's a trap with no exit. You're already inside. The more you fight, the worse it gets. I stepped back, the floor beneath me uneven in ways that made my balance falter. The walls seemed to pulse, subtly shifting, their corners never quite meeting where they should. I wanted to close my eyes and block it all out, but the darkness behind my lids was no refuge. It whispered confusion, doubt. A sudden noise, faint but sharp, a scraping sound, like fingernails against plaster, made me freeze. I scanned the hallway, but the shadows held their secrets. Did you hear that? I asked, voice cracking. Harris's eyes narrowed. This house has its sounds. Old pipes, the wind squeezing through cracks. But sometimes, people hear more than that. I swallowed past a lump in my throat. More? He shook his head, a shadow of a smile flickering. Paranoia or something else. You'll start hearing whispers. Footsteps just behind you. But when you turn, nothing will be there. I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. Great. Just what I need. The nausea hit again, sharper this time. I staggered toward the nearest door, the walls tilting at impossible angles that made my head swim. I gripped the doorknob, cold and slick with something I couldn't place. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and my vision blurred at the edges. I blinked hard. Inside, the room was cold, the air heavy with dust and a faint metallic tang. I sank onto a threadbare chair, the fabric rough against my skin. My chest heaved as I tried to steady my breath. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. I closed my eyes and tried to remember what it was like outside this place, the sharp scent of rain on pavement, the distant hum of traffic, the tang of coffee in the morning. But those memories felt distant, fragile. Like they belonged to someone else. A soft knock at the door startled me. My heart cracked into 1,000 uneven beats. Who is it? I called, voice trembling. No answer. Just silence. I stood, pacing the small room. The walls leaned in, narrowing the space as if the house were breathing around me. I clenched my fists until my nails bit into my palms. Why had Harris said I was past the point of no return? Was there really no way out? A sudden flash of movement caught my eye through the sliver of a window. A figure, just beyond the glass, standing motionless in the garden. I squinted, but the darkness swallowed the shape. No face, no details, just a shadow. Cold dread slithered up my spine. Whoever or whatever it wasn't part of the house. That much I could be sure of. I stepped outside, my feet crunching on gravel that tasted of dry leaves and earth. The night air was crisp, sharp, but the mansion behind me seemed to lean toward the figure, like it was pulling something back inside. Hello? I called, voice cracking. No reply. The figure melted into the night, swallowed whole by the shadows. Back inside, the house was quieter than ever. Too quiet. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. That the nausea was warping my senses more than I realized. But the tension thrummed under my skin like static electricity. I found myself back in the main hallway, the impossible angles making the ceiling seem both impossibly high and crushingly low at once. My breath hitched. The light flickered again, once, twice, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I woke up slowly, the dull ache behind my eyes pressing down as though the mansion itself had settled on my skull overnight. The air was thick and still, like it hadn't moved in days. It smelled faintly of damp plaster and old wood, an old book left open to a forgotten page. I lay there a moment longer, the mattress beneath me creaking softly in protest. The nausea was less fierce this morning, but it was still there, a low hum of unease curling in my stomach. The house was silent except for the distant creak of the foundation or maybe the wall shifting. With a careful breath, I sat up, the room tilting just a little, the angles pulling in my balance like invisible hands. I closed my eyes, willing the dizziness to stop. When I opened them again, the ceiling seemed impossibly far, the corners of the room stretching away into shadows like they belonged to another place. I told myself it was just the weird architecture playing tricks again. That the house wasn't alive, it wasn't trying to swallow me whole. But somewhere deep inside, I didn't believe it. I dressed slowly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my clammy skin. I needed to get out, to breathe something other than this stale, endless maze. But the thought of stepping outside was complicated. The grounds were vast, designed in that same maddening style, paths that looped back on themselves, hedges that disoriented like mirrors, and the low, foreboding outline of the mansion looming behind it all. I tried before to leave, but each route seemed to fold back into itself, corridors becoming stairways that shouldn't have connected, doors that opened to rooms I couldn't remember. I felt trapped by the very geometry of the place. I shuffled to the door, hand trembling on the brass knob. I paused. I could hear footsteps. Not mine. Soft, hesitant. Like someone was just beyond the threshold, waiting. My breath caught. I wanted to call out, but my voice felt brittle, stuck somewhere in my throat. I cracked the door open a sliver. Nothing. The hallway stretched out, exactly as I'd left it the night before, except there was a faint smell, something acrid and sharp, like burnt coffee mixed with metal. It made my stomach turn again. I stepped out, eyes darting down the corridor. The steps came again, slower this time, but definitely there. I swallowed, trying to steady my nerves. The house was supposed to be empty. I was alone. Or so I thought. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the dense air. The footsteps stopped. A figure appeared at the end of the hall. A man, tall, wearing a faded gray coat that looked out of place, like he'd stepped out of another time. His eyes were sharp, unblinking, and he gave a small, almost knowing smile. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, voice low, like a warning or a riddle. I blinked, confused. "Who are you?" He took a step closer, the floor groaning under his weight. "Someone who's been watching." I felt the nausea spike, hot and sudden. My hand flew to my mouth as I fought the urge to retch. The walls seemed to lean in, the ceiling dipping just enough to make me dizzy. "Why?" I managed, voice trembling. "Because this place doesn't let go," he said. "Not easily." The words hung in the air, thick and oppressive. I wanted to ask him to leave, to tell me what he wanted, but the room spun again. I gripped the wall for support, the rough plaster scraping my palm. "What do you mean?" I asked, voice steadier than I felt. He smiled again, a sad, knowing smile. "This mansion, it's a trap. Not in the way you think, no ghosts or curses. Just twisted design, yes, but the real danger is here." He tapped his temple lightly. "The mind. It warps you until you can't tell what's real anymore." I wanted to laugh, though it came out dry and broken. "I know." He nodded. "You're stronger than most. But that doesn't mean you're safe." I swallowed, trying to hold on to my thoughts. "How do I fix it?" He looked at me like I'd asked the hardest question in the world. "You don't. You can't. But you can decide how to live with it." I frowned. "Live with it? That sounds like giving up." He shook his head. "Not giving up. Choosing your own reality. Finding peace within the chaos." I stared at him, the nausea ebbing just enough to consider his words. The house groaned again, a low, unsettling sound like the building was settling or breathing. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I can't stay long. But remember, the mansion reflects what you bring inside. If you let fear and doubt rule, it will consume you. But if you claim your own mind, the house loses its hold." Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, fading into the shadows of the twisting corridor until he was gone. I stood alone, the silence pressing down again. The nausea lingered but felt different, less like a warning, more like a challenge. I walked back to my room, the familiar disorientation settling around me like a cloak. But this time I didn't resist it. I let the strange angles and impossible corners wash over me without panic. I sat at the window, watching the sky bleed pink and orange as the sun began its slow descent. The air outside smelled fresh, pine, earth, and the faint tang of rain. I closed my eyes and breathed it in deeply. This house, with all its madness, was mine now. I couldn't run from it, nor from myself. I thought about my life before the inheritance, the steady rhythm of normalcy I'd left behind. I realized I was different now, fractured but not broken, warped by a place designed to unmake me, yet still standing. The architect's mansion would always challenge my mind, twist my senses, and test my limits. But I was no longer just a visitor or a victim. I was the owner. And that meant I had to find a way to live here, inside this labyrinth of shadows and angles, on my own terms. I opened my eyes and looked around the room. The walls didn't feel quite so alien. The corners no longer seemed to reach out to trip me. The nausea was there, yes, but it was quieter, more manageable. I reached out and touched the rough plaster, grounding myself in the texture. I whispered to the house, or maybe to myself, "You don't get to control me." Outside, a single crow called, sharp and clear against the fading light. I smiled, a slow, steady smile. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt a strange kind of hope. It would take time. It would take patience. But I was ready. I would make this place my home. And I would find peace in the impossible. Story 2, Trapped in Another's Life, Sleepwalking Through Dimensions. I woke to the sound of a radio crackling somewhere nearby. I pushed myself up on one elbow and scanned the room, trying to piece together where I was. The walls were a dull beige, cracked near the ceiling. A small fan spun lazily on the floor, barely stirring the stale air. The couch I was on had a fabric that felt rough against my skin, like coarse burlap, and the cushions hadn't been fluffed in ages. A faded painting of a city skyline hung crookedly above a low bookshelf cluttered with magazines and a potted plant that looked like it had been forgotten for weeks. The clock on the wall showed 7:16 a.m., but the sun seemed low, as if dawn was still breaking. I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of how I'd ended up here. I had no memory of coming in, no recollection of a door, a taxi, a bus ride, or even walking. My phone was nowhere to be found. That's when I heard it, footsteps. Not just one pair, but several voices too, muffled but insistent. I sat up a little straighter, my hands trembling just slightly. The idea that someone else might be in this place with me made my skin prickle. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck. The door to the room opened, and a woman stepped in. She was middle-aged with sharp eyes, her dark hair pulled back into a tight bun. She wore a floral blouse and jeans that looked worn. When she saw me, her expression shifted from surprise to something like relief. "Good morning, Daniel," she said. "Daniel?" I blinked, confused. "I'm sorry, who's Daniel?" Her smile didn't falter. "You're Daniel. You've been up all night. You slept here again. You need to get ready soon, your appointment is at 9. My mouth dried. I'm not sure what you mean. You're fine, she interrupted, moving closer. You just need your coffee. I made some. The way she said it, so certain, so familiar, made the room tilt a little. I glanced down at my clothes. They were different from what I'd gone to bed in last night, though I couldn't quite remember what those had been. The shirt was a pale blue, the fabric soft and worn at the collar. Jeans, too, but not mine. The scent of the coffee was stronger now, bitter and metallic, lingering in the air. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know who Daniel is. I don't know where I am. I just woke up here. Her eyes narrowed, but she kept her voice calm. You're disoriented. It happens sometimes. You had a long day yesterday. Maybe you're just tired. I didn't argue. The room suddenly felt colder, and I rubbed my arms. The fan's slower seemed louder now, like it was sucking the warmth out of the air. I stood, steadying myself against the rough armrest of the couch. Can I use your bathroom? She nodded, stepping aside to let me pass. Down the hall, first door on the left. Towels are in the cabinet. The hallway was narrow, dimly lit by a flickering fluorescent bulb overhead. The light buzzed, casting erratic shadows on the cracked plaster walls. I noticed a faint smell of bleach mixed with something less identifiable, maybe old sweat or damp fabric. The bathroom door was cold to the touch. Inside, the tile floor was cracked in places, and the mirror above the sink had a thin line of grime along the edges. I stared at my reflection for a long moment. The face looking back wasn't unfamiliar, but something was off. My eyes seemed tired, as if they'd seen too much. The skin was paler than usual, a faint shadow under the left cheekbone. I splashed cold water on my face, the chill sharp against my skin. The taste of the water lingered on my tongue, clean and faintly metallic. I could hear voices down the hall, low and indistinct, like a radio playing somewhere far away. When I turned away from the mirror, I caught a glimpse of a note taped to the cabinet door beneath it. The handwriting was neat, almost meticulous. Don't forget your meeting at 9. Try to stay calm. I frowned. The note wasn't mine. I didn't remember writing it, or anyone else who might have. My fingers traced the paper's edge, the texture smooth but oddly cold. Back in the living room, the woman was waiting by the small kitchen table, a steaming mug in her hands. Coffee, she said, setting it down in front of me. I took the mug, feeling the heat seep into my palms. The bitterness was familiar, but the flavor was strange, more acidic, almost sharp, like it had been sitting too long. Who are you? I asked again, the words coming out softer this time. She hesitated, her eyes flickering toward the hallway. I'm your wife, Laura. You've been under a lot of stress lately. It's important you keep your appointments. Laura, I repeated, testing the name on my tongue. It felt foreign. Your work is demanding, she continued, voice steady but gentle. But we're managing. The kids are okay. They're at school now. Kids? I swallowed hard. I didn't have children. Or did I? The room seemed to close in a little, the silence stretching longer between us. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but my throat tightened. The clock ticked loudly, punctuating the uneasy stillness. Why don't you sit down? She suggested. We can talk. I nodded, though my mind was racing. I sat back on the couch, the fabric rough against my skin again. The mug was warm in my hands, but it didn't bring comfort. Instead, a strange unease settled in the pit of my stomach. Was this a dream? A mistake? Some cruel trick my mind was playing? I looked at Laura, and the certainty in her eyes made me question everything. If she was telling the truth and she seemed so sure, then who was I? And where had I been all this time? The radio crackled again, a sudden burst of static before a voice came through, clear but unfamiliar. "Daniel, please respond. We're waiting for you." My hand shook, spilling a drop of coffee onto the couch. The bitter liquid soaked into the fabric, leaving a dark stain. I wasn't sure what to believe anymore. But one thing was clear: I needed to find out who Daniel was, before the day swallowed me whole. The radio's voice hung in the air long after the crackle faded. Laura's eyes didn't waver. There was something in her gaze, steadfast, certain, that unsettled me more than the confusion swirling inside my head. "Daniel," she said softly, "you don't have to do this alone. But you need to try. For all our sakes." I swallowed, the bitter taste of the coffee mingling with the dry lump in my throat. If I was Daniel, then who was I? Who had I been before waking up in places I didn't remember reaching? And why did no one believe my protests? I set the mug down, careful not to spill any more. Where do I start? My voice sounded foreign, like a stranger speaking through my mouth. Laura stood and crossed to the window, pulling aside the curtain just enough to peek through the cracked glass. The street lamp outside flickered erratically, casting intermittent shadows across the peeling paint of the building opposite. Start with what you remember. Even the smallest details matter. I closed my eyes, trying to comb through the haze of fragmented memories. Nothing made sense, no faces, no names, no places. Just a gnawing sense of wrongness, as if I were a puzzle piece forced into the wrong box. Then, a word surfaced: Glenwood. A street name? A neighborhood? I wasn't sure. Glenwood? I asked, opening my eyes to find Laura nodding. Yes. That's where you live. At least, that's what the records say. She pulled out a folder from the coffee table, its edges worn and curling. Inside were photographs, some blurry, some sharp, of a man who looked exactly like me. Same dark hair, same lean build. But the eyes in the pictures were different, colder, more guarded. I traced the outline of his jaw with my fingertip. "This is me," I whispered. Laura's lips tightened. "This is Daniel. Your other life." Her words sank in slowly, like cold water seeping under skin. "Other life?" I repeated, voice cracking. "So, I'm not who I think I am?" She hesitated. "You're trapped between two versions of yourself. One that you remember, and one that everyone else sees. And the longer you stay here, the more the other one takes over." The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of the impossible. But how? Why? Laura shook her head. "I don't know. But it's happening. And it's getting worse." My gaze drifted to the radio, silent now, yet still ominous. Who was waiting for me? Why did they sound so desperate? I felt a flicker of panic, quick and sharp. My pulse thudded in my ears louder than the faint hum of the refrigerator in the next room. "We need to gather more information," Laura said, breaking the silence. "If you're really Daniel, then there should be traces, documents, messages, anything that proves your existence here." I nodded, standing up slowly. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, a reminder I was somewhere unfamiliar. My stomach churned. I wanted to believe this was some bizarre mistake, a cruel joke my mind was playing. But the conviction in Laura's voice, the folder's weight in my hands, it all pointed to something darker. We moved to the cluttered desk by the window, where a stack of mail lay half hidden under a cracked lamp. I sifted through envelopes, scanning names and dates. Bills addressed to Daniel. Postcards with scribbled notes. A calendar marked with appointments I couldn't recall making. One envelope caught my eye, official looking, stamped with a hospital's emblem. I tore it open carefully, my fingers trembling. Inside was a letter, typed and sterile. Mr. Daniel Harker. Your follow-up appointment is scheduled for April 12th at 3 p.m. Please confirm your attendance. April 12th. Today was April 10th. 2 days away. I blinked, heart thudding. If this was real, if I was really Daniel, then I had appointments, responsibilities, a life I knew nothing about. Laura watched me closely. You need to decide if you want to face it. To confront whatever's waiting at that appointment. I swallowed hard. The idea of stepping into a place where everyone expected me to be someone I wasn't twisted my stomach into knots. But I needed answers. I needed to know who I was, or at least who I was supposed to be. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. Laura frowned, moving toward it cautiously. Stay here, she said. I'll see who it is. The doorknob rattled, slow and deliberate, sending a chill through the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I clenched my fists, the rough fabric of my shirt digging into my palms. The voice on the other side was muffled but sharp. Daniel? It's Mark. Open up. We need to talk. Mark. Another name I didn't recognize, but that seemed important. Laura's face darkened as she opened the door, revealing a man in his mid-30s, eyes sharp and calculating. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. Laura, he said, nodding briefly. Then his gaze locked on me. Daniel. Something about the way he said the name made it feel like a verdict. Like a sentence. I swallowed again, unable to respond. Mark's eyes narrowed, scanning me as if searching for something hidden beneath the surface. You missed the last meeting. Important stuff came up. We can't afford distractions. I frowned. Meeting? What meeting? Laura shot me a look, then turned back to Mark. He's not ready yet. Mark's jaw tightened. He has to be. Too much is riding on this. I could feel my skin prickling, a cold sweat breaking out across my back. This wasn't just about identity confusion anymore. There was something else, something urgent and threatening that I was caught in. Invisible, but no less real. Why am I Daniel? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Who are you people? Mark's gaze didn't waver. We're the only ones who know the truth. And we're running out of time. The air thickened, heavy with unsaid threats and looming consequences. I realized then that this was no longer just about finding myself. It was about survival. I glanced at Laura, searching for reassurance. She gave me a faint nod, but her eyes were shadowed with worry. Tomorrow, she said quietly, we start digging deeper. We find out what's really happening to you. And why? I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. Tomorrow. Until then, the silence stretched around us, broken only by the distant howl of a siren and the relentless ticking of the clock. Something was coming. I could feel it gathering, a storm on the horizon, ready to break. And I wasn't sure I'd be ready to face it. The silence after Mark's words stretched thicker than the humid night air pressing against the cracked window pane. I wanted to ask more about the truth Mark claimed they alone held, about why my memories betrayed me every morning, why strangers called me Daniel, but the words stuck in my throat like gritty dust. Instead, I stared at the peeling wallpaper, tracing its cracked patterns as if they might spell out an answer. The clock ticked on, relentless and cold. Tomorrow, Laura had said. Tomorrow, we'd dig deeper. But deep felt dangerous. I thought about the endless nights waking in places I didn't recognize, the way my reflection sometimes flickered like a bad video feed, and the way the people around me insisted I was someone else entirely. Not me. Someone else. I rubbed my temples, feeling the dull throb of a headache coming on. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and damp fabric, like it hadn't been aired out in days. The flicker of the overhead light cast uneven shadows across Mark's face. He looked tired, his eyes sharp but worn, like a man who had been holding onto a secret too big for too long. Or maybe it was guilt. I couldn't tell anymore. "Why are you running out of time?" I finally asked, voice rough and uncertain. Mark's gaze dropped to his hands, folded tightly on the table. "Because," he said slowly, "if this goes on any longer, it won't just be your identity at risk. It'll be your very freedom. You won't be able to leave even if you want to." I blinked. "What do you mean, won't be able to leave?" He looked up, eyes locking with mine, and there was something in his expression that made my skin crawl. "You think this is about memory loss or confusion? About some strange parallel life you're trapped in? But it's worse. You're caught in something we call the binding. It's a process, one that, once complete, ties you here, to this life, this body, beyond choice or control." I sat back, the chair creaking under me. "That sounds like imprisonment." "Not physically," Laura said, voice low but steady. "More like a cage inside your mind and your reality. They don't need to hold you by force. The chains are invisible, but they tighten every day. Invisible chains." I shivered despite the warmth of the room. The idea that my own mind, my own body, could be stolen from me without a single bruise or cut was a new kind of horror. The kind that gnawed at your core and made you question everything. But who? Who's doing this? I asked, urgency creeping in. "Why me?" Mark hesitated, then shook his head. "That's what we're trying to figure out. We think it's tied to the people who've been surrounding you, friends, family, coworkers. They're not who they say they are. They're part of a network. They want to erase who you are to replace you with Daniel." Daniel. The name felt like a splinter under my skin. I didn't want it. I was me. I had to be. Laura reached over and touched my hand briefly, a gesture so small it might have been imagined if I hadn't felt the warmth. "There's no going back now," she said quietly. "Once the binding reaches its final stage, you won't recognize your own reflection. You'll lose everything, your memories, your past, your sense of self. And the worst part? You won't even realize it happened." My mouth went dry. "Can it be stopped?" Mark's eyes darkened. "We don't know. But every hour counts. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. We thought we had more time." The weight of that apology settled over me like a stone. More time. I had already lost so much, the pieces of my own life slipping through my fingers like sand. If I didn't act now, that might be it. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. The sudden movement made my legs tremble. "What do you want me to do?" Laura exchanged a glance with Mark. "Tomorrow, we start with the files. Records we managed to pull before they got wiped. Hospital visits, phone records, anything that might reveal how deep this goes." I nodded, trying to steady the jitter in my chest. "And tonight? I'm supposed to just wait?" Mark frowned. "We think they monitor you closely in the evenings. If you're out of place, if you try to escape, they notice. It could speed up the binding." "Great," I muttered. Trapped, watched, and losing my mind. Laura gave a tight smile. Better than being lost forever. The room fell into silence again. Outside, a dog barked sharp and sudden before fading into the distance. I imagined Daniel, wherever he was, living the life they wanted for me, while I sat here on the edge of an invisible abyss. I glanced at my hands, trembling slightly. The skin looked the same, but I knew that wasn't the point. It was what was inside that counted. My memories, my history, my sense of who I was. Slowly slipping away. Suddenly, my phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up with a message, "We need to talk. Now." Jay. My breath caught. Jay, not Mark. Not Laura. Someone else. Someone I didn't recognize but who clearly knew more than I did. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. The message felt like a crack in the wall around me, an opening I wasn't sure I wanted, but couldn't ignore. Mark and Laura leaned in, their faces tense. "Who is it?" Mark asked. I shook my head, feeling a cold twist in my stomach. "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." Laura's eyes widened, but she didn't argue. "Be careful. If they're watching, this could be a trap." I pocketed the phone and stood. The room suddenly felt suffocating, the shadows closing in. I wanted to run, to scream, to disappear. But there was no running anymore. Not really. I was past the point of no return. Outside, the wind picked up. The distant howl of the siren returned, closer this time, sharp and urgent. The storm had broken, and I was standing in the middle of it. The rain hammered against the grimy window pane like a relentless drum, each drop a tiny explosion that echoed through the cramped room. Mark and Laura's faces hovered in my peripheral vision, tense, expectant. I rubbed my temples, trying to steady the spiraling storm inside my head. "We need to talk. Now." The words weren't just a request, they were a summons. Something dangerous. "I'm going," I said finally, voice rough as gravel. "I don't know who this Jay is, but I'm done waiting." Mark's eyes narrowed. "You don't think they could be setting you up?" "Maybe," I admitted. "But every second I wait is another second they're tightening the noose." Laura's hand rested lightly on my arm, a gesture meant to anchor but only reminding me how unmoored I already was. "Promise me you'll be careful." I nodded, but the knot in my stomach tightened. I wanted to say more, something reassuring, but the silence swallowed the words before they could escape. Outside, the siren's wail sliced through the storm, closer now, urgent and piercing. The whole city felt like it was on edge, and so was I. I slipped out into the night, the rain soaking through my coat within seconds, chilling me to the bone. The streetlights flickered, casting long, twitching shadows on the cracked pavement. I kept my phone in my pocket, finger itching to check the message again, but I forced myself to focus. Jay had said we need to talk. Now. No location. No time. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure darting across the street, vanishing into a narrow alleyway. My pulse jumped. I debated following but shook my head. Not yet. I had to find Jay first, not chase ghosts. I ducked into a nearby cafe still open despite the late hour. The smell of burnt coffee and damp will hit me instantly, grounding. I sat near the back, watching the rain trace rivers down the window. My fingers trembled around my phone as I typed a reply. "Where are you?" No answer. Minutes ticked by, the storm outside raging harder, the cafe's warmth feeling increasingly fragile. Then, the screen buzzed again. "Behind you." My breath hitched. Slowly, I turned. No one. Only a man sitting alone at a corner table, face obscured by a hood. He looked up, eyes sharp and calculating. "Jay." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" He smiled, but it was a thin, humorless stretch of lips. "Someone who knows what you're losing." The words sliced through me. My mind. I managed. "Your identity," he said, voice low, deliberate. "You're slipping, aren't you? Not just here, but in the world they've built around you." I stared at him, confusion and suspicion warping my thoughts. "Who are they?" He leaned in. "People who want to rewrite your life. To erase the real you." I laughed, a bitter sound. "Sounds like paranoia." "Is it?" His eyes darkened. "Look around. You're not the only one who disappears and wakes somewhere else." A sudden noise jerked my attention, a sharp, metallic clank from the kitchen. The cafe's chatter died instantly. The flickering overhead light sputtered and dimmed, shadows spilling like ink across the walls. Then the door slammed shut with a thunderous bang. My heart slammed against my ribcage as I looked toward the entrance. A figure stood silhouetted against the storm, tall and deliberate. Mark. But his eyes weren't the eyes I knew. They held something colder, calculated, unyielding. "Going somewhere?" he said, voice low and calm. I swallowed, backing away slowly. "Mark, what's going on?" His smile didn't reach his eyes. "You're not supposed to be here." "Not with him." Jay's expression hardened. "You've got to get out." But the man called Mark stepped forward, blocking my path. "You don't get to choose anymore." The air grew thick, charged. My hands trembled as I searched for an escape, any escape. "Why?" I whispered. "What do you want from me?" Mark's gaze flicked toward Jay. "She's ours. Always has been." The words hit me like a fist. "No," I shook my head, trying to push past him, but his grip was iron on my arm. "Stop." Mark's voice was firm, almost gentle. "You're confused. This isn't your fight." Jay took a step forward, eyes blazing. "You're stronger than they think." A sudden crash echoed from the back room, a shelf collapsing, books and papers scattering, then silence. A cold sweat broke over my skin. The walls seemed to close in tighter. I glanced at Jay, then back at Mark. Both men held secrets I needed to unravel, but the line between friend and foe had blurred beyond recognition. "Let me go," I said, voice shaking but steadying. Mark's grip loosened just a fraction. "Not until you understand." "Then tell me," I demanded. He hesitated, then spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "You're not just losing your identity. You're being replaced." Replaced. The word echoed in my mind, a hollow echo in the cavern of my thoughts. "By who?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. "The ones who control the story. The ones who decide who you are every time you wake up in their world." I swallowed hard. "And if I don't fight?" Mark's eyes darkened. "You disappear. Permanently." Silence. Complete silence. The cafe's dim light flickered once more, then steadied. Outside, the storm had settled into a relentless drizzle. I looked between the two men, the weight of the night pressing down. My own reflection stared back at me from the rain-speckled window, familiar, yet distant. I had to decide. Trust Jay and risk everything, or believe Mark and surrender to the unknown forces rewriting my life. Before I could speak, the door burst open again. This time, a woman stepped inside, drenched, her eyes wild with urgency. "She's gone," she said, voice cracking. They took her. We don't have much time. My breath caught. Who? Who took who? She fixed me with a steady gaze. You. But not the you think you are. The room tilted, the walls closing in faster than before. I blinked, trying to hold on to the fragile thread of myself I still had left. And then, everything went black. When I finally came to, the cafe was empty. I sat up slowly, my hands pressed against the rough wooden table, the grain biting into my skin. The woman's words echoed in my mind, you. But not the you think you are. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of stale coffee and something metallic, like old pennies, lingering on my tongue. I looked around the room, searching for some clue, some sign that I hadn't lost myself entirely. The chair across from me was pushed back awkwardly, as if someone had left in a hurry. A crumpled napkin lay there, stained with smeared ink. I picked it up, fingers trembling. The writing was hurried, almost illegible. Find the mirror. Know yourself. I shivered. The message was as cryptic as everything else, but it felt important. I folded the napkin carefully, slipping it into my pocket before stepping out into the street. The city was waking up, but it felt distant, like a world I was no longer fully part of. People moved past me with indifferent expressions, their conversations a blur of sound I couldn't quite catch. I tried to concentrate, to hold onto the thread of my own identity, but it slipped through my fingers like smoke. I had no idea how long I'd been trapped in this parallel existence, the nights spent waking somewhere unfamiliar, surrounded by strangers who insisted I was someone else entirely. But now, the threat Mark had whispered about hung over me like a shadow. Disappear. Permanently. The words replayed in my mind, cold and final. And yet, I hadn't disappeared. Not yet. I knew I couldn't trust Mark or Jay completely. Their motives were tangled, their loyalties unclear. But that woman, the one who came in soaked and frantic, she had given me a direction, however vague. I needed to find this mirror. I needed to know who I really was before it was too late. My feet carried me without much thought, pulling me toward a part of town I hadn't visited in years. The air grew heavier, the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves weaving through the concrete and exhaust fumes. I passed a playground, the rusty swings creaking in the wind. For a moment, the weight on my chest lifted, and I remembered a time when life was simpler, when I wasn't someone else's shadow. But the moment passed. The city felt colder here, less forgiving. The building I found was old, its brickwork cracked and worn, a forgotten relic squeezed between glass towers. The door was unlocked, hanging slightly off its hinges. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of mildew. My footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, a hollow sound that made the hairs on my neck prickle. At the end of the corridor, our room held a large, full-length mirror, its surface dulled with age. I stepped closer, heart hammering as I searched for something, anything that could anchor me. My reflection stared back, eyes wide and haunted. But there was something else, too. A flicker, a subtle distortion, like the glass was bending reality. I reached out, fingertips grazing the cold surface. My skin prickled, the hairs on my arms rising. I half expected the reflection to shift, to reveal another face. But it didn't. Just me. Or some version of me. A voice behind me made me jump. You found it. I turned to see the woman from the cafe, her eyes sharper now, less frantic but no less intense. This place, she said, is where it started. Where they first took you. I swallowed, the room suddenly too small, the air too tight. Who are they? What do they want from me? She shook her head, exhaustion pooling in her gaze. It's not about want. It's about control. They erase you bit by bit, replacing who you are with who they need you to be. And it's not just your mind, they mess with your life, your memories, your relationships, until there's nothing left. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. How do I stop it? Her eyes softened. You don't. Not really. But you can fight to remember. To hold on. To find the cracks in their story, the moments where you're still you. The room felt colder, the shadows lengthening. I thought about the nights I woke in strange places, the strangers who called me by names I didn't recognize, the creeping loss of myself. I realized then that the threat wasn't just erasure, it was disappearance without a trace. A slow, suffocating death of identity. But I was still here. Still breathing. Still fighting. I'm not ready to disappear, I said quietly. She nodded. Good. Because you'll need every piece of yourself to get through what's coming. The days that followed were a blur of whispered conversations and half-truths. I met others like me, people caught in the same web, their faces etched with despair and determination. Together, we pieced together fragments of a twisted conspiracy, a network that preyed on vulnerability and erased individuality for reasons still unclear. I learned to recognize the signs, the subtle shifts in how people looked at me, the deliberate redirection of memories, the isolation tactics designed to unmoor me from my own life. There was no magic, no ghosts, just cold, calculated manipulation. One afternoon, sitting in a cramped apartment filled with the hum of an old fan and the scent of burnt coffee, I found myself looking in the mirror again. This time, the reflection was steady. My eyes met my own, fierce and unyielding. I'd been broken, yes. Shaken to the core, but not destroyed. The fight wasn't over, but the threat of vanishing without a trace had lost its grip. I understood now that the true horror wasn't the places I woke up in or the names I was called. It was the slow dissolution of self, the erasure of history and memory that made a person vanish long before their body did. And I wasn't going to let that happen. In the quiet moments, when the world slowed and my own breath was the loudest sound, I thought about who I was before all this began. The small things, the feel of my grandmother's rough hands, the scent of rain on dry pavement, the sound of my dog's paws on hardwood floors. Those memories anchored me, fragile but unbreakable. I realized I'd been running, not from something external, but from the fear of losing myself. Now, standing on the edge of that abyss, I chose to face it. The city outside was waking again, indifferent yet full of possibility. I stepped out into the morning light, the rain-washed streets gleaming like a fresh start. The fight would continue, yes, but so would I. And that made all the difference. Story 3, Phantom Platform, the Ghost Subway Arrival. I missed the train. Not in some dramatic, life-altering way, just a small misstep of timing, my shoelace stubbornly knotting at the worst possible second. The whoosh of the subway doors sliding shut was a sharp, final sound that echoed around the platform like a judge's gavel. I stood there, breath caught somewhere between irritation and disbelief, watching the train pull away, its taillights disappearing into the dark tunnel. I glanced at my watch. 7:42. The next train wasn't due for another 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Enough time to grab a coffee or check my messages, but I didn't want to risk being late for work again. So I decided to pace the platform, hoping the wait would feel shorter. The station had that familiar stale scent, something between damp concrete and old metal, with a faint trace of something sweeter, like melted plastic or burnt sugar. The overhead lights flickered. Flickered again. I stopped. The sudden dimming made the station feel colder, emptier. Usually, at this hour, the platform would be crawling with the usual commuters, people hunched over their phones, earbuds in, avoiding eye contact, or shouting last-minute goodbyes into the phone. But today, The platform was almost deserted. Just me and the cracked tile floor stretching out in both directions. The silence was thick, almost unnatural. The sound systems crackled softly, but no announcement came. No warning of delays. Just static and that low hum of electricity humming through the wires overhead. I pulled my jacket tighter around my neck. It was suddenly colder than I remembered, or maybe I was just more aware of it. A faint sound broke the stillness, a distant rumble, like a train approaching. Relief hit me. Finally, something would be moving. I moved closer to the edge of the platform, eyes fixed on the tunnel. But as the train emerged, something didn't sit right. The windows were darkened, almost black. No lights inside. No faces pressed against the glass. It was like a ghost train. As it slowed to a stop, the doors hissed open, but no one stepped off. No one stepped on. Not a single sound except the mechanical sigh of the train settling. I blinked, wondering if I was imagining it. When the doors slid shut again, the train pulled away just as silently, slipping back into the tunnel. I waited, heart thudding louder than the departing wheels. The platform was still empty. I shuffled back toward the stairwell, trying to shake the weird feeling curling in my stomach. Maybe it was just a maintenance run or a train out of service. That had to be it. I was tired, overthinking things. The stairs were grimy, the handrail sticky under my fingers. I noticed a faint smell of oil and something metallic, maybe the scent of old machinery leaking somewhere behind the walls. The walls themselves were rough plaster, chipped and cracked, with layers of faded graffiti peeling off like old scabs. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed unevenly, some flickering on and off like faulty bulbs struggling to stay alive. I reached the mezzanine and realized I hadn't heard anyone else walking around. No footsteps echoing off the tiled walls. No distant voices. Just me. I checked my phone. No signal. Great. Of course. A sudden chill made me pull my jacket tighter again, and I realized I was sweating under it. The heat of the day seemed to have vanished entirely. I remembered the station map pinned near the ticket machines, a labyrinth of lines and tunnels, some I'd never noticed before. They always told us to stick to the main platforms, avoid the service corridors. I'd never understood why. Curiosity nudged me toward the edge of the mezzanine near the stairwell labeled Service Access. It was always locked, or at least, I thought so. But the door was slightly ajar tonight. A sliver of darkness beckoned inside. I hesitated. My instinct screamed to turn back, but something else tugged me forward. Maybe boredom. Maybe some dumb sense of adventure. I pushed the door open wider, the hinges creaking softly. Inside was a narrow corridor, walls coated in peeling paint and grime. The air smelled different here, wetter, heavier, with that same strange sweet chemical undertone. I took a cautious step inside. The floor beneath my shoes was rough concrete, cold and uneven. The corridor stretched ahead, dimly lit by a few flickering bulbs dangling from the ceiling. I could hear a faint hum, like machinery far off. The silence from the platform was gone. Instead, there was a low, constant drone that seemed to vibrate through the walls. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like the hairs were standing on end. I glanced over my shoulder. The door was still open, but the platform beyond looked distant now, almost unreachable. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. A subtle sound echoed down the corridor, a shuffle, too quiet to be footsteps, more like fabric brushing against concrete. I stopped. Listened. Nothing. I shook my head. Probably a rat or a loose piece of debris. I wasn't about to lose my mind over subway sounds. But then I saw it. A train rolled into the station ahead, a different one from before. This one too had darkened windows, but what caught my eye were the passengers. They poured out onto the platform, but not like normal commuters. They moved slowly, almost mechanically, as if their limbs were heavy with exhaustion or something worse. Their eyes were vacant, blank, staring straight ahead but not really seeing. No one spoke. No one looked around. Their faces were pale, expressionless. I blinked hard, trying to convince myself it was just shadows playing tricks. But the line of people kept coming, silent and endless. I wanted to step back, to run, but my feet felt rooted. I wanted to call out, but my throat was suddenly tight. A man passed by me, shoulders slumped, eyes glazed. His shirt was wrinkled and stained, and his hands trembled slightly. I swear I saw him glance at me, but his eyes were empty. Then he turned the corner and disappeared. The train doors hissed closed, and the whole procession vanished back underground. I stood alone in the dim corridor, the hum growing louder, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick enough to choke on. My pulse hammered in my ears. I wanted to leave. I needed to leave. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I just stepped into something that wasn't supposed to exist. Something beneath the city, hidden away from the world above. Something that no one talked about. I reached into my pocket and found my phone again. Still no signal. The lights flickered once more, and I realized I was already too deep to turn back. And the silence was no longer empty. It was waiting. The silence pressed against me like a living thing, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. I stood there, the cold of the underground seeping into my bones, the faint hum of distant machinery vibrating underfoot. The man I saw, his vacant eyes, the way his hands trembled, was still burned into my mind. I couldn't just walk away. Not yet. I glanced around the dim corridor. The flickering overhead lights cast long, uneven shadows, making the cracked plaster on the walls look like shifting faces. There was no one else in sight. No footsteps. No chatter. Nothing but the steady hiss of the last train disappearing into the tunnels. I pulled my phone from my pocket again. Still dead, no bars, no Wi-Fi, no hope. The cold metal of the railing was rough under my fingers as I gripped it, trying to steady myself. I wasn't sure what I was more afraid of, the emptiness or the possibility that I was about to find something I shouldn't. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. My shoes echoed softly on the stained concrete. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something else, something chemical, almost metallic. A scent that made the back of my throat tighten. The platform stretched out to my left, disappearing into darkness. To my right, a narrow stairwell led up, but it was blocked by a rusted gate, locked tight. No way out that way. I was trapped, really, in this forgotten slice of the city. I forced myself to move deeper into the station, toward the faint light coming from a set of double doors at the far end. My heart hammered harder with every step. If those trains weren't just carrying passengers but something else entirely, people trapped, lost, used, then I had to find out how and why. Maybe even how to stop it. The doors were heavy, industrial, paint peeling, hinges groaning when I pushed. Beyond was a narrow corridor, lit only by a single bare bulb that flickered erratically, casting a sickly yellow glow. The walls here were lined with old posters, torn and faded, advertising events from years ago. One caught my eye, a recruitment flyer for Metroworks Incorporated. A company I'd never heard of before. I pulled the flyer off the wall, the paper brittle and dusty. The slogan read, "Building Tomorrow Together." The address was somewhere in the city, but there was no website or phone number. Just a logo, a stylized M that looked vaguely corporate, sterile. I stuffed the flyer into my pocket. Something about that name felt important. Then I heard the faintest shuffle of footsteps echoing from the tunnel behind me. My breath caught. I spun around. Nothing but shadow. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the cavernous space. No answer. The footsteps stopped. I swallowed hard. Reason told me it was probably another worker or a maintenance crew, but the way my hands trembled made me doubt it. I wasn't sure I could trust my own senses anymore. I pressed on. The passage opened up into a larger room, dim and cavernous, lined with rows of conveyor belts and machinery covered in a thin layer of dust. The air was colder here, with a faint buzz of electricity humming low and steady. I could taste it on my tongue, sharp and metallic. I traced my fingers along the cold surface of a control panel, buttons faded or missing altogether. A broken speaker hung from the ceiling, wires dangling like exposed veins. Something about this place felt wrong. Not abandoned. Just dormant. Waiting. Then I heard voices. Low, muffled, coming from a doorway at the far end of the room. I crept closer, crouching behind a rusted metal crate. The voices were hushed but urgent. "They can't keep going like this," a man said, his tone strained but controlled. "Orders are orders," another woman replied, voice clipped. "We're not authorized to discuss changes. Just keep them moving." I peeked around the crate. Two figures stood just inside the doorway, wearing identical gray uniforms, badges with the same Metroworks logo from the flyer. They looked tired, worn down like the man I'd seen earlier, but their eyes were sharp, alert. Not vacant. I strained to listen. "Have you seen what they're doing to them?" the first voice whispered. "Those people on the train's empty, like ghosts. They're breaking them." "Break them?" the second voice asked, a hint of disbelief. "I don't know what you're talking about." The first voice hardened. "We both know exactly what I mean. Forced labor, non-stop shifts underground. No breaks. No way out. They're trapped." A shadow passed over the woman's face. "We signed NDAs. This doesn't officially exist. If we talk, we disappear. You know that." I felt a chill so sudden I shivered. Disappear. The word hung in the air like a threat. The men and woman paused, then one of them pulled a small device from his pocket, a phone, maybe, but older, scratched. He tapped a few buttons, then nodded. "We have to move. Shift change in 5. The woman glanced toward the corridor I'd come from, then back at her companion. "Make sure the line stays smooth. No interruptions." They turned and left, their footsteps fading into the distance. I exhaled slowly, the breath coming out in a shaky cloud. My mind was racing. This wasn't just a subway. It was a prison. A factory. A trap. And I was right in the middle of it. I pulled the flyer from my pocket again, tracing the address with my thumb. I had to know more about Metroworks. Who they were. What they did. Why nobody above ground ever mentioned them. But where to start? The main entrance was probably locked tight, guarded by people like those two. I had no phone signal, no backup, no way to reach anyone who might help. Still, I felt a strange stubbornness rising in me. I couldn't walk away. Not after seeing those empty eyes, hearing those voices. I had to dig deeper. I made my way back toward the platform, careful to avoid the main tunnel. The next train was due in minutes, and I could hear its faint rumble approaching. I stepped onto the platform, heart hammering again. The doors slid open with a hiss. Inside, the seats were empty. No passengers this time. But on the floor near the door was a small, folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It read simply, "They see you. Be careful." I looked up, scanning the platform. No one. Just shadows and silence. The train doors closed and the car began to move. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. They were watching. And I was no longer just a bystander. I had to find a way out. Or I'd be next. The train jolted forward, the metal wheels screeching faintly against the rails in the murky tunnel. The train groaned as it slowed, pulling into the next station. I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs like a prisoner desperate to escape. The doors slid open smoothly, but no one stepped on or off. The platform was deserted, save for a few flickering lights that sputtered like candles in a breeze. I stayed close to the door, ready to bolt if needed, eyes darting to every shadow. Then I heard it, a faint shuffling from the far end of the platform. I froze. The sound wasn't quite human footsteps, more like dragging, slow and deliberate. A figure emerged from the darkness, moving toward me. Not walking, really. An awkward, jerky gait, as if the body didn't want to obey the mind. The face was obscured by a hood, the eyes, once again vacant, glassy, like a doll's. The same blank stare I'd seen on the others. It stopped just short of the platform edge, head turning slowly toward me. I swallowed, but my throat felt dry, like sandpaper. The figure raised a hand, not to threaten, not to beckon, but almost as if to say, "You don't belong here." Then it turned away and disappeared back into the shadows. The doors hissed shut. The train moved again. I sank down into a seat, trying to steady my breathing. What was this place? Who were these people? And what twisted system trapped them in these empty shells? My mind raced back to the night before, to the two guards I'd seen when I first stumbled into the station, the ones with those same hollow eyes. They weren't just watching, they were enforcing something. But what? The train came to a stop again at another platform, this one dimmer, colder. I stepped off cautiously. The air here was thick with a strange odor, old sweat, rust, and something chemical, faint but unmistakable. It clung to my clothes, made my skin crawl. The platform stretched endlessly in both directions, lined with locked doors and faded signs. One sign caught my eye, Level B3, authorized personnel only. I glanced around, heart thudding. No cameras or guards visible, but I had a creeping suspicion someone was nearby. I moved forward, drawn by a low hum coming from a large metal door at the far end. The hum vibrated under my feet, like a pulse. As I neared, a panel beside the door lit up with a sickly green glow. Curiosity pushed me to press the button. The door slid open with an ominous mechanical groan. Inside was a cavernous room, lit harshly by fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead. Along the walls, rows of workstations sat empty, but the air was thick with the faint smell of machine oil and sweat. Conveyor belts snaked through the room, moving silently. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing. Something clicked in the distance, a shutter closing, a latch snapping. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me with a heavy thunk. My heart leapt into my throat. I rushed over and tried the door handle. Locked. No way out. Panic threatened to rise, but I forced it down. I wasn't going to lose my head now. From somewhere in the dark corner of the room, a screen flickered to life. A face appeared on it, sharp, clean-shaven, eyes cold and calculating. "Welcome," the man said, voice smooth but with an edge that made my skin tighten. "You've been brought here because you asked questions. Questions we don't encourage. But now you're part of this. There's no turning back." I stared at the screen, mouth dry. What? What is this place? He smiled thinly. A facility. A hub. A labor pool. The words hit me like a punch. Labor pool? For what? Why are people like those on the trains? I asked, voice shaking. Because they're useful, he said simply. They work. Without complaint. Without distraction. I felt bile rise in my throat. You're talking about forced labor. Kidnapping. He raised a hand. Terminology is flexible. They volunteered, in a sense. Once you're in the system, you don't leave. The corporation runs everything beneath the city, under every street and building you walk past every day. You cannot escape. I looked around the room in disbelief. The stations, the trains, the vacant-eyed passengers, it was all part of something vast, organized, and terrifyingly efficient. How do I get out? I demanded. There was a pause. Then the man said, You don't. But you might find purpose here. Resistance is futile. A shiver ran through me. I wanted to scream, to run, but the locked door stared back at me, unyielding. My phone still had no signal. No one knew where I was. I was alone. Suddenly, the screen blinked off, plunging the room into near darkness except for the harsh overhead lights. The conveyor belt started moving again, carrying crates I couldn't identify. I backed away from the screen, heart pounding. I needed a plan. The door beeped twice, then unlocked. I didn't hesitate. As soon as I stepped out, the door slid closed behind me. The platform I emerged onto was different, brighter, cleaner. The hum of machinery was louder, accompanied by muffled voices and footsteps. I hurried toward the nearest exit sign, but a voice stopped me. Going somewhere? I spun around. Two figures stepped out from a side corridor, both in unmarked uniforms, their faces stern but not hostile. The same vacant eyes I'd seen on the trains. But now, something was different. There was recognition in their gaze, like they'd been waiting for me. One of them, taller, with a calm, almost gentle tone, said, You don't understand yet. But you will. This is bigger than you think. The corporation doesn't just trap people. It controls the city. Our lives. Everything. I shook my head. I want out. He sighed. There is no out. Not anymore. You're in this now. The moment you saw the trains, the faces, you crossed a line. You're part of the system whether you like it or not. My stomach clenched. I glanced back toward the tracks, memorizing every detail. No way to escape through there without being seen. No signaling anyone. No obvious exits. And yet, why me? I whispered. Why did you let me see any of this? The other guard stepped forward, voice low. Because you asked questions. Because you're stubborn. Because someone has to remember. A chill slid down my spine. Remember what? And who was I supposed to be? The taller guard shook his head. You can't run from this. But maybe you can change it. If you want. I bit my lip, weighing the truth in his words. The cold metal platform beneath my shoes wasn't just a place of imprisonment, it was a crossroads. I could keep trying to escape, walking deeper into the maze with no map, no allies. Or I could stay, learn, and fight from inside. A cold silence settled over the station as the last passenger drifted into the dimly lit shadows. The train's distant rumble called again, another load of vacant-eyed passengers arriving, another wave in the endless tide. I took a breath, tasting the stale air thick with despair and faint hope. Whatever this was, whatever it meant, I had crossed the point of no return. And now, the only way forward was through the darkness. The taller guard's words echoed in my head as I stood frozen on the platform, the cold metal biting through the soles of my shoes. Remember what? The question churned, relentless. I glanced once more at the tracks, the faint rumble of an approaching train vibrating through the ground, like a heartbeat I couldn't escape. The faces from the last train flashed again, blank, empty eyes staring straight ahead, moving in a slow, mechanical tide. I swallowed hard. Change it how? I asked, voice barely above a whisper, though the cavernous station swallowed my words whole. The guard's eyes didn't flicker. You want to know what happens next? What they make them do? I nodded, the urge to look away gnawed at my ribs, but I didn't. I couldn't. He led me down a narrow corridor, away from the platform's faint light and into darkness so complete it felt almost thick enough to touch. The stale air reeked of damp concrete and something metallic, oil, maybe, or the sharp tang of machinery. Somewhere distant, a door slammed shut, echoing like a gunshot in the stillness. Follow me, he said, voice low, almost tired. We moved carefully, his footsteps silent against the cracked tiles. I tried to memorize everything, the peeling paint on the walls, the flickering bulbs overhead that buzzed and sputtered, threatening to die at any moment. The silence pressed in so hard I could hear my own breath, uneven and shallow. After what felt like an eternity, we reached a heavy steel door. The guard produced a small key, ancient and rusted, then turned the lock with a slow, deliberate twist. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into shadows that seemed to swallow the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows whole. I hesitated. A knot formed in my throat. I wanted to turn back, escape before I got any deeper, but curiosity was a stronger pull. The guard glanced at me, expression unreadable. You ready? I nodded. No going back now. The air grew colder as we descended. The faint hum of electricity buzzed through the walls, accompanied by the distant clatter of machinery. My skin prickled. If the surface station was unsettling, this place was something else entirely, a buried world of noise and steel, where light was rationed and time felt warped. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into a vast industrial space that stretched out beneath the city like a secret wound. Rows of machines lined the room, their gears grinding slowly, rhythmically. Men and women sat at long tables, their faces illuminated by the sickly green glow of overhead lamps. Their eyes were empty, just like the passengers on the trains. They moved their hands with robotic precision, assembling tiny, indistinguishable parts. Trapped, the guard said quietly, like rats in a cage. I swallowed. The stench here was worse, sweat, oil, and something faintly chemical, sharp and choking. A bitter taste rose in my mouth. I suddenly wished I'd brought gum or at least a bottle of water. My throat felt dry, raw. How long have they been here? I asked. He shrugged. Some for years. Some longer. Nobody knows exactly. Nobody talks about it. A woman glanced up from her workbench, her vacant eyes flicked toward us, but there was no recognition. No hope. Just the dull acceptance of a life reduced to repetitive motion. I couldn't look away. The scene was worse than I imagined. These people weren't just passengers, they were prisoners, forced into endless labor for a corporation that didn't exist on any map, that no one outside this labyrinth acknowledged. Why? I whispered. Why keep them alive? Why not just? The guard's jaw tightened. Control. Profit. Fear. It's not about mercy. It's about power. A sudden noise made us both turn. From a shadowed corner, a figure emerged, a man in a dark uniform, his face unreadable beneath the harsh overhead light. The guard stiffened. "They're coming," he said. My heart slammed against my ribs. The man's eyes scanned the room, then landed on us. His gaze was cold, calculating. "Who's this?" he demanded. The guard stepped forward, voice steady but low. "Just someone who asked too many questions." The man's lips twitched. "Curiosity doesn't get you far here. You know that." I swallowed. My hands trembled. The room felt like it was closing in, the walls pressing closer with every second. "Listen," the guard said, "he doesn't have to be part of this. He can help." The man's gaze flicked to me again, a trace of something almost like interest, or was it suspicion? "Help? You really think help is an option?" He stepped closer. The faint hum of the machines seemed to fade, replaced by a suffocating silence. I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my pulse in my ears. "You want out?" he said quietly. "You don't get out. Not once you're in." The weight of those words crashed down on me like a wave. I could feel the slippery edge of despair, the cold certainty that this was a trap without a way out. But then the guard's voice cut through the tension, sharp and unwavering. "Maybe not out, but through. Change comes from inside." The man considered this, then nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly. "Fine. Let's see if you're as stubborn as you look." He motioned for us to follow. Hard to believe, I know. The air grew even colder, the path ahead dim and uncertain. Every step felt heavier than the last. As we moved deeper into the hidden depths, I realized the true horror wasn't just the endless labor, the vacant eyes, or the secret underground world. It was the way this place crushed hope, bit by bit, until nothing was left. And yet, somehow, I had to believe there was a way to fight back. Otherwise, I was already lost. Then, without warning, the lights flickered violently. The machines groaned, and somewhere far off, a warning siren began to wail, sharp and urgent. The man cursed under his breath. "Trouble," the guard said grimly. "They know you're here." My skin prickled. Panic clawed its way up my spine, but I forced myself to keep moving. We turned a corner, and I caught a glimpse of a corridor lined with barred windows. Behind the bars, more silent figures stared out with the same empty gaze. Prisoners of a system designed to erase them. "Who are they?" I asked. The guard's face was shadowed. Beneath the flickering street lamp, an unsettling stillness hung heavy in the air. Those who tried to resist. A cold shudder traveled through me. Resistance here wasn't a matter of courage. It was a gamble with everything. The siren grew louder, the footsteps of unseen pursuers echoing somewhere ahead. "We have to move," the man said. "Now!" I swallowed hard, heart hammering. This was no longer a choice. The darkness was closing in, and I was trapped in a nightmare that wasn't going to let me go. The only question was how far I was willing to go to survive. The guard's face remained unreadable in the dim light, the shadows swallowing whatever expression might have flickered there. Behind those barred windows, the silent figures blinked once, like clockwork, eyes dull and unseeing. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and stale air thick in my mouth. "They're prisoners," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "People like me?" He nodded, but didn't say more. His eyes flicked to the flickering lights overhead, then to the distant wail of the siren still echoing through the tunnels. It was a sound that seemed to scrape at my nerves, thin and relentless. "We don't have much time," he finally said. "They're locking down everything. If we get caught," his voice trailed off. I didn't need him to finish. I looked around, heart hammering loud enough to drown out the siren. The corridor stretched out, cold and uninviting, the rough plaster walls chipped and damp. The smell of rust and something metallic hung in the air. Somewhere far off, water dripped steadily, each drop a tiny, unbearable countdown. "We have to move," he urged. "Follow me." I forced my legs to obey, muscles stiff and trembling. Every step felt like walking through a nightmare I couldn't wake from. The faces behind the bars haunted me, empty shells, trapped in a cycle I couldn't yet fully understand, but feared more than anything. We rounded a corner, and the guard paused. "Listen," he said, voice low. I held my breath, straining to catch any sound beyond the siren and the distant rumble of a train. Then, a faint shuffle, footsteps, but not ours. Quick, deliberate. Coming closer. "The patrol," he muttered. "You ready?" I nodded, though my hands shook. Ready or not, I had no choice. We ducked into a side alcove, pressed against the cold wall. The patrol's footsteps grew louder, echoing off the concrete like a death knell. I caught a glimpse of their uniforms, gray jackets, badges with no names, faces obscured by the harsh glare of overhead lamps. They passed by without noticing us, voices low and clipped. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "First time?" the guard asked, a trace of grim humor in his tone. "Yeah," I admitted, cheeks burning. "How do you do this every day?" He shook his head. "You get used to it. Doesn't make it any easier." His gaze lingered on the windowed cells. "At least they're still alive. Most people never get that far." The words hit me harder than I expected. Alive, but not really living. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinth. The siren faded, replaced by the dull thrum of machinery, conveyor belts, stamping presses, the relentless noise of forced labor. The air grew warmer, sticky with sweat and oil. The metallic taste in my mouth sharpened, mingling with the sour bite of fear. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Control room." The guard glanced back. "If we can shut down the system, maybe we can break the cycle." I wanted to believe him. I had to. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, lit by harsh fluorescent bulbs that flickered like distant lightning. Panels lined the walls, screens glowing with streams of data I couldn't decipher. Workers sat slumped at benches, wrists bound to their stations, eyes glazed over. One of them, an older man, lifted his head briefly. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, something flickered there. Recognition? Hope? Then the guard stepped forward, pressing a button on a nearby console. The lights dimmed, and a mechanical voice began to recite orders, monotone and unyielding. "We have to act fast," the guard whispered. "Help me disable this." I moved to the console, fingers fumbling over buttons and switches I barely understood. The cold plastic felt alien beneath my touch, but desperation lent me focus. Sweat slicked my palms. "Almost there," the guard said. "Just a few more seconds." Suddenly, the screens blinked. Alarms blared. The workers stirred, panic flashing in their eyes for the briefest instant before dulling again, subdued by the endless cycle. "Shut it down," the guard hissed. I slammed a button. The machinery groaned, slowed, then halted with a shuddering finality. Silence swallowed the room like a wave. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then came the voices, soft, uncertain, as if waking from a long dream. "Where am I?" one worker whispered. "Who stopped the machines?" another asked, blinking against the harsh light. The guard looked at me, a rare softness in his eyes. "You did." I wanted to smile, but my lips trembled. We moved quickly then, unlocking restraints, helping people to their feet. The older man from before grasped my arm, voice hoarse but steady. "You saved us," he said. "Thank you." I shook my head, overwhelmed. We saved each other. Outside the chamber, the air was cooler, fresher. I could almost believe the world above was waiting, real and alive. But the guard's warning lingered. "This isn't over. The corporation won't just let this go." I nodded, the weight settling in my chest. Truth was a burden and a tool. When we emerged into the night, the city hummed around us, indifferent. The hidden station behind us was silent once more, but something had changed. I had changed. I walked home slowly, every sound sharper, the distant bark of a dog, the scrape of tires on wet pavement, the murmur of strangers passing. The city felt less familiar, as if I'd peeled back a layer I could never replace. At my apartment, I sat by the window, watching the trains glide past. The faces in the subway, the silent prisoners, their empty eyes, they haunted me still, but now there was something else. Hope. Not a blazing fire, no, but a fragile ember. I knew the fight ahead would be long, maybe endless. The corporation's reach was deep, its silence deafening. But the truth was out. And whatever came next, I wouldn't disappear into the void. I traced the cold glass with my fingertip, feeling the rough edges of reality press in. It wasn't just a story I'd stumbled into. It was a warning. And I was listening. Story 4, Apartment 5B, echoes from another reality. I never imagined an apartment could smell like old paper and stale coffee at the same time, but here I was, standing in the middle of a room that should have felt like home and yet smelled vaguely like a forgotten library's back room. The walls were thin. Paper thin, actually. I learned that the hard way on my first night. Not because anyone was shouting or throwing a party, but because I heard voices, or rather, fragments of conversations so faint they might have been imagined. At first, I thought it was just the usual apartment noise, neighbors calling to one another, someone dropping a book, a dog barking in the distance. But those voices didn't belong to anyone I could place. They didn't even fit the layout of the building. I moved here just over a week ago, drawn by the promise of quiet and proximity to the research facility a few blocks down Main Street. A place that, for some reason, seemed to hum with secrets even during the day. It was a modern glass building, all sharp angles and reflective surfaces, standing out like a misplaced jewel in an otherwise aging neighborhood. I never thought much about it until I started hearing those voices. On my third night, just as I was about to drift off, I caught a phrase so clear it startled me outright, testing the parameters now. I froze. The room was dark except for the pale glow of a street lamp filtering through the blinds, striping the floor in lazy bands of light and shadow. The phrase replayed in my mind. Testing the parameters. It didn't sound like casual chit-chat. My apartment was on the 5th floor, not exactly close to any noisy street corners, but close enough to feel the pulse of the city. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something metallic, like copper or rain on streetcar tracks. I pulled my blanket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. My hands trembled just slightly, barely noticeable, but I caught the movement in the corner of my eye. A flicker from the old bulb overhead, maybe. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the building was old and sound carried in strange ways. Maybe my mind was playing tricks, piecing together snatches of sound into something coherent. I'm not usually the type to get rattled by creaks or hums. I like silence, but I can live with noise if it's normal noise. That was the thing, this wasn't normal. The next morning, I decided to explore the building a bit more. I wanted to meet some neighbors, maybe find out if anyone else had noticed strange sounds. The hallway carpets muffled my footsteps, but the faint murmur of voices followed me as I passed doorways. I paused outside apartment 5B, a place I'd noticed had a little brass nameplate, though the name was too worn to read clearly. "Hey," I called softly, hoping for a response. Nothing. I knocked. Just a tap. No answer. I shrugged and continued down the hall. The elevator dinged behind me. I turned to see an older man, probably in his 60s, with a gray beard and a canvas bag slung over one shoulder. He gave a polite nod but didn't say much. I was about to introduce myself but thought better of it. Awkward small talk isn't my strong suit. Outside, the air was colder than I expected, carrying the sharp tang of rain on concrete. The sky was thick with clouds that promised a downpour. I headed toward the cafe on the corner, a little place with mismatched chairs and a chalkboard menu scribbled in faded white chalk. The barista, a woman with a shock of curly red hair and a quick smile, recognized me. "Morning." "The usual?" she asked. "Yeah, thanks," I said, settling into a worn leather chair near the window. The cafe smelled of roasted beans and cinnamon, a comforting contrast to the sterile chill of my apartment. I sipped my coffee slowly, watching people pass by outside, their umbrellas bobbing like colorful mushrooms in the wet street. That's when I heard it again. Quiet. Almost beneath the clatter of cups and low chatter. A voice, distinct this time, uttering my name. "David, you'll need to adjust the settings before the next trial." I froze mid-sip, the bitter coffee pooling on my tongue. I glanced around. No one was paying me any mind, but the voice was unmistakable. I wasn't imagining it this time. I asked the barista, "Hey, did you say David?" She blinked. "No, I don't think so. Just talking about the weather with that table over there." I nodded, but my skin felt prickly, like I just stepped into a cold shower. Was I losing it? The voice was too clear. Too specific. Back in my apartment, I sat on the edge of the bed, the wooden frame creaking beneath me. The walls seemed to close in a little. I tried to focus on the things I could control, the rough texture of the blanket in my hands, the faint hum of the heater, the rhythm of my breathing. But the voices were there again, behind the thin walls, or maybe somewhere inside my head, whispering just out of reach. I switched on the small radio I'd brought from my last place, hoping to drown out the noise. Static hissed, then a crackling voice came through, but it was just a late-night talk show rerun, dull and harmless. Still, the faint sound of footsteps echoed somewhere, soft, deliberate, pacing. Not the usual shuffle of neighbors or the scuff of cleaning carts. Curiosity pushed me to record it. I set my phone on the nightstand, microphone facing the wall, and went to bed. The tape picked up the faintest murmurs, fragmented sentences about parameters, testing, and something about parallel dimensions. I rewound and listened again. Parallel realities? I must have misheard. There's no such thing in this city, in this building. But the phrase haunted me, tugged at the edges of my thoughts during the day. I found myself watching the research facility through the rain-speckled window, its glass reflecting a distorted version of the street. At night, the lights never fully went out. People moved inside, shadows crossing behind the tinted glass. I told myself it was just some project I wasn't meant to understand, maybe psychological tests or experiments in virtual reality. The kind of stuff the research center was known for, according to the local news. Nothing to do with me. Even so, a part of me wanted to know more. To find out why voices I couldn't place echoed in my apartment. Why they sometimes spoke directly to me. Why, last night, one said, "David, step away from the window." I didn't move. I stared out at the dark street, the rain falling in steady sheets, and wondered who was really listening and what they were waiting for me to do next. The night dragged on, and the rain tapped against my window like an impatient finger. Sleep didn't come easily. My mind replayed the voices, the footsteps, sounds that didn't belong to anyone living next door or down the hall. They were too precise, too measured. The idea that these were recordings from the research facility felt almost too insane to consider, yet I couldn't shake it. The building was old, but the lab next door was a modern fortress of glass and steel, humming with unknown energy. I imagined rows of scientists, their faces lit by monitors, watching experiments unfold in ways I couldn't comprehend. By morning, the rain had turned to a dull drizzle, and the city outside looked washed clean but tired. I brewed a cup of coffee, the bitter smell filling the cramped kitchen, and sat by the window again, watching the research center pulse quietly with life. I noticed a man in a white coat step out, clipboard in hand, pausing as if listening to something only he could hear. His gaze flicked toward my apartment just as I looked away. Maybe paranoia. Maybe not. I decided I needed more than just suspicion. If the voices were recordings, maybe they left traces, something I could capture or analyze. I rummaged through the apartment, looking for anything that could help. An old tape recorder, my phone's voice memo app, even the small digital camera I hadn't used since college. I settled on the phone. It was discreet and always with me. That afternoon, I sat in the living room with the volume turned low, headphones snug over my ears, trying to catch the faintest whisper. The walls were thin, the building creaking and sighing in the wind, but beneath it, there it was again, the murmurs, the footsteps, conversations that didn't belong to any neighbors I'd met. I hit record. For hours, I let the phone pick up the sounds, focusing on the moments when the voices seemed most distinct. The phrases were fragmented, like snippets of a dialogue pieced together from different scenes. Subject 43, parallel models, increased delta, controlling variables. No, wait. My stomach tightened. These weren't casual conversations. They sounded clinical, experimental. I played back one clip where a voice said, "We're seeing variations in projection. The mind is responding quicker than expected." I pressed pause, fingers trembling. Could my mind really be the interface for this? Was I just a subject unknowingly caught in an experiment? I tried to call the research facility. The receptionist was polite but vague, offering only the standard no comment about ongoing projects. I asked if there were public lectures or any way to learn about their research. "We update our website regularly," she said, and that was it. Hours later, I downloaded every public report and article I could find online about the facility. Most were dry and filled with jargon about quantum mechanics, cognitive science, and simulation theory. Nothing concrete, nothing that explained why I was hearing voices in my own apartment. The more I learned, the heavier the air, cold and heavy with silence in my apartment felt. The walls seemed to close in. I kept hearing footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing just outside my bedroom door at night. I never saw anyone, but the sound was unmistakable. Once, I swore I smelled a faint scent of antiseptic, like the corridors of a hospital or a lab. One evening, I met my neighbor, Claire, in the hallway. She was a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes and a habit of fidgeting with the silver bracelet on her wrist. I mentioned the noises casually, hoping she'd laugh it off or offer a reasonable explanation. "You're not the only one," she said, voice low, glancing over her shoulder. "But people don't talk about it much. The building's old, sure, but that place next door, there's something off about it. Sometimes, I hear voices too, like whispers in the walls. Have you ever thought about calling someone? The police? Building management?" I asked. She shook her head. "They won't do anything. It's like the whole thing's designed to stay invisible. You ever hear about the parallel experiments? Rumor is they're testing how our minds react to, I don't know, alternate realities or something. Sounds crazy, but if you listen closely, the voices sometimes say things that don't make sense in this world. Her words chilled me. I wanted to believe it was just a story, but the unease was settling deep in my bones. That night, I set up my phone to record again and left it on the kitchen table. I went to bed early, hoping for some rest, but the footsteps came back closer this time, a slow rhythm outside my door. I held my breath, muscles tense, willing myself not to move. Then, the voice was back, clearer than ever. David, open the door. I didn't move. David, open the door. The voice was calm, almost gentle, but insistent. My hands sweated against the sheets. The door was solid wood, locked, but the sound was like a key turning in the lock of my mind instead. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. Only footsteps retreating down the hall. The next morning, I reviewed the recording. The voice was unmistakable on the audio, not just in my head. It said things I hadn't heard before. Check the second drawer. The files will explain. My heart hammered. I didn't have a second drawer in my apartment. At least, not one I knew of. I searched again, running my fingers along the edges of every piece of furniture, every closet. In the kitchen, beneath the sink, I found a loose panel behind the pipes. My fingers scraped away dust and grime, revealing a shallow cavity containing a small, worn envelope. Inside were papers, typed documents with headers like Project Echo, subject variables, and parallel response metrics. The language was technical, clinical, but scattered among the jargon were references to mental access points, recorded stimuli, and me. Subject David 07, it said in bold. I sat on the floor, the paper trembling in my hands. The documents described tests conducted to measure responses to simulated realities, experiments designed to map how human cognition could engage with alternate dimensions, or at least, how the brain might interpret them. I thought about the voices predicting my moves. The footsteps outside my door. The voice telling me to look in the second drawer. It wasn't supernatural, but it was deliberate. Someone was watching. Someone knew I was listening. That afternoon, I tried reaching out to Claire again, but she was gone. Her apartment was empty, with a note taped to the door, gone for a few days. Contact me later. Later wasn't good enough. I felt the walls closing tighter. I returned to the documents, scanning for clues. Awareness. External stimuli. Was I interfering with their experiment? Or was I the experiment itself? The thought was too much. I closed the papers and locked them away in a drawer, but the sense of being observed clung to me like a second skin. I couldn't tell if it was paranoia or reality. That night, I left the phone recording again. The voices came back, but this time, they were different. Not just experimental jargon or cryptic commands, but snippets of personal information I hadn't shared with anyone. David, you'll find the key under the welcome mat. I froze. The welcome mat by my front door was plain, nothing unusual. But I had never checked underneath. With shaking hands, I peeled it back. There, taped to the floor, was a small USB drive. I didn't plug it in immediately. My fingers hovered over it, heart racing. Whoever was behind this knew me better than I knew myself. They weren't just conducting experiments, they were guiding me, manipulating me. I thought about calling the police, but who would believe this? A man hearing voices from a research facility, finding secret files and hidden drives? It sounded like madness. Still, I knew I had to see this through. I had to find out who was watching me and why. I plugged the USB into my laptop. The next morning, I woke up with a dry mouth and a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. The documents still lay scattered on the floor beside my bed, their edges curling like they'd been soaked and left to dry. I hadn't moved them. Couldn't. The words from last night swam behind my eyelids, blurring the line between truth and nightmare. Subject David 07. Me. The phrase echoed relentlessly. I forced myself out of bed, the floor cold against my bare feet, and shuffled to the kitchen for coffee. The bitter taste grounded me somewhat, but the unease didn't ease. If anything, it had grown roots. I sat at the small table, my fingers tracing the grain of the wood, and tried to piece together the fragments. The voices, the footsteps, recorded experiments. Someone had been running tests on my mind, mapping my reactions. But why me? And how had they managed to capture the faint, almost imperceptible echoes of these parallel realities? The apartment, the research facility, the recordings, all threads woven into a web tightening around me. I wanted to call Claire again, but hesitated. The note on her door was vague, the kind of message meant to put distance between you and whatever's coming. I didn't trust the silence she left behind. Not now. Instead, I decided to dig deeper into the documents, hoping for a clue that might explain the connection between the experiments and the voices predicting my moves. Sitting back down, I scanned the pages more carefully. The language was clinical, but there was something off, something almost personal. References to mental access points were paired with timestamps that coincided with moments I'd first heard the footsteps or the whispered conversations. There were graphs charting cognitive responses, but some data rows were highlighted, marked with asterisks and notes in a handwriting that looked hurried, almost frantic. One note caught my eye: subject exhibits awareness beyond controlled variables. Increased anomaly detection correlated with environmental stimuli. An anomaly. Me. The experiments weren't just about passive observation, they were probing, testing the limits of how deeply the mind could tap into these supposed parallel threads. And somehow, I was the only one who could. The room felt colder suddenly, or maybe it was just a realization settling in my bones. I wasn't merely a subject, I was the focus. The target. Someone was orchestrating this, monitoring, pushing. And the voices? They weren't random. They were precise, designed to manipulate, to control. A sharp knock at the door startled me, making my heart leap. I wasn't expecting anyone. Slowly, I edged to the peephole and looked out. No one. Just the empty hallway, the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. I turned back, but then I heard it, a soft, measured voice from the other side, clear but low. David, you don't have to be afraid. We're here to help. That voice. It wasn't one I recognized, but it was the same tone from the recordings, the calm, clinical intonation, like a doctor speaking to a patient. I pressed my ear against the door, but the voice had already faded into silence. My pulse thudded in my ears. Help? From who? And why would they need to reassure me if I was their subject? The day stretched on with a strange heaviness. I kept checking the door, half expecting another visitor. The footsteps, the whispers, they came again that night, clearer now, almost conversational. They spoke of variables, outcomes, and next phase. But the chilling part was how they started to predict me before I acted. One voice said, "He's moving toward the window." A few seconds later, I found myself drawn there, unable to resist. Another said, "He's opening the drawer." The same drawer I'd been told to look in before. I tried to resist, to deviate from the script, but the voices adapted instantly. He's hesitating, trying to break pattern. It was like a cruel game of chess, and I was the pawn, trapped on a board I couldn't see. The physical effects grew worse. Nausea hit me without warning, and the apartment seemed to shrink. The walls felt closer, the air thicker. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, of someone or something waiting just beyond the edge of perception. I reached out to Claire one last time, leaving a voicemail, my voice cracking. No reply. I thought about calling the police but stopped. What could they do? I didn't have evidence, only fragmented papers and a mounting sense of being hunted. Besides, what if this was exactly what the people behind those experiments wanted? To isolate me, to make me doubt my sanity. I paced the apartment in restless circles, the documents spread out again on the floor. Then I noticed it, a small envelope tucked beneath the largest sheet. I hadn't seen it before. Inside, a single card with a handwritten message. David, you're beyond the point of no return. We've unlocked something inside you that others only theorize about. The facility won't let you walk away. Neither will the voices. My hands trembled as I read the words. A knot tightened in my stomach. I wasn't dealing with a simple experiment anymore. This was something bigger, darker. I was trapped in a network of observation and control, and there was no clear exit. I tried to think of a plan. Maybe if I left the apartment, I could outrun this. But the voices anticipated that. He's putting on his jacket, they said, seconds before I did. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, thickening the air until it felt heavy enough to swallow light. The building suddenly felt like a cage. The hum of the fluorescent lights above was no longer just background noise, it was a signal, a countdown. The voices grew louder, more insistent. David, compliance will ease the process. Resistance only prolongs discomfort. I sank to the floor, the cold plaster wall pressing against my back. I tasted metal in my mouth, bitter and raw. I wanted to scream, to break through the invisible barrier tightening around me, but the words caught in my throat. Then the voice changed, softer, almost coaxing. Look out the window. I obeyed, my gaze settling on the city skyline blurred by rain. The same rain that had soaked me on my first day here, the same rain that now seemed to wash away any hope of normalcy. And then I saw it, a figure standing across the street, just outside the research facility. Watching. Waiting. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I was no longer just a subject in a lab experiment. I was their prisoner. Their variable. And the point of no return wasn't just a phrase in a note, it was the reality I was living. The door creaked open slowly. David, we need to talk. I stood frozen, the card trembling in my palm, the words burning on my skin like a brand. We've unlocked something inside you. The sentence repeated itself in my head, a sinister echo I couldn't shake. My jacket lay half on the chair, where I'd been moments ago, the cold metal zipper catching the flickering light like a warning. The voices were still there, faintly murmuring behind the thin walls. He's putting on his jacket. How long had they been listening? How long had I been exposed, a subject in some twisted experiment I didn't even know I volunteered for? I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear coating my tongue. I wanted to run. To get as far away as possible from this apartment, the voices, the facility. But the anticipation in their tone was suffocating. They knew my every move. Maybe they always had. I dropped the card on the floor, the envelope fluttering after it, like a wounded bird. My breath came uneven, sharp against the stale air that smelled faintly of mildew and coffee, two things that had become constant companions in this place. I could hear the distant hum of the research facility's ventilation, mechanical and unyielding, like the heartbeat of a beast I couldn't see but felt crawling beneath my skin. Something inside me snapped. Enough of this waiting. Enough of the silence thickening into dread. I had to confront whoever was behind this. If they wanted a game, they'd get one. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone. No signal. Of course. I checked earlier. The building structure was a dead zone for any outside communication. I wasn't even sure if the facility's network extended here or if I was completely cut off. The idea of being isolated made the walls seem to close in a little tighter. I paced, the rough carpet prickling against my bare feet. The apartment had once felt like a fresh start, a blank slate near that sprawling research complex. Now it was a cage. The voices grew clearer. Not just whispers, but conversations. Footsteps pacing the hallway outside my door, slow, deliberate steps that didn't match any of my neighbors' patterns. Sometimes a faint metallic clink, like keys or tools. The conversations weren't just random chatter anymore. They were instructions. Observations. He's staring at the papers. Now he's pacing. Watch how his hands shake. I pressed my ear against the door frame. The corridor was dead silent, but I could swear the words were floating just beneath the surface of the walls, seeping through cracks in the plaster. I wanted to scream, to tell him I knew. But who would listen? And what would that even accomplish? Then the voice changed. A new one. Clearer, colder. David, you're predictable. You'll move again now. I froze. My hand was on the door handle. The blood drained from my face. They were watching, not just listening. Watching and controlling. I pulled away, my heart knocking hard enough to drown out everything else. I knelt to gather the papers scattered across the floor. The diagrams, the transcripts, the handwritten notes and margins I hadn't noticed before, jagged, almost frantic scrawls. One sheet caught my eye, a faded blueprint of the building's electrical grid. The facility's power systems ran beneath my feet, hidden in the walls, feeding into my apartment. Could they be using that to manipulate the environment? To get inside my head? I shivered despite the warmth of the room. The lights flickered. I glanced up. A single bulb overhead dimmed and brightened, like a signal. Or a warning. I needed to leave. To get outside. To feel the air that wasn't recycled through this building's endless ventilation ducts. I grabbed my jacket, the card still clutched between my fingers, and made for the door. Going out. The voice was right there. Louder. Mocking. I stopped, frozen again. The hallway was empty, but the sound of footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, echoing off the concrete. Not just one person. Multiple. My pulse hammered in my ears. I could taste the metallic tang of adrenaline. My fingers fumbled with the lock. The door clicked open, revealing the dim corridor bathed in cold fluorescent light. No one in sight, except the shadows pooling at the far end. I stepped out, heart in my throat. The corridor stretched endlessly, the walls stained and peeling. A faint smell of cleaning chemicals masked the dampness. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and hurried. The voices returned, layered now, overlapping. Instructions or observations? I couldn't tell. Turn left. Wait for the elevator. Look around. I spun on my heel, retreating back inside. The door slammed shut behind me, muffling the footsteps. For a moment, silence. Complete silence. Then a soft knock. 3 short raps on the apartment door. I didn't move. My skin prickled with cold sweat. The doorknob rattled. I backed into the corner, clutching the card like a lifeline. David, the voice whispered through the wood. You can't hide. I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster scratching my shoulder. My mind raced. Who was this? How far were they willing to go? Had I been bait all along? The knock came again, more insistent. I forced myself to speak, voice barely above a whisper. What do you want from me? Silence. The faintest sound of footsteps receding down the hall. I exhaled, slow and deliberate, but the relief was hollow. They weren't gone. Not really. I looked down at the car on the floor. The air in my apartment was thick with the smell of stale coffee and something metallic I couldn't place. I noticed it every time I sat down at the kitchen table, as if the scent had seeped into the walls. Maybe it was just my imagination, or the building settling into its old bones. But tonight, the scent felt sharper. Closer. I'd been avoiding the research facility across the street, the one with the ever-glowing blue lights on its rooftop. I couldn't explain why, even though I told myself it was just paranoia. A sensible precaution, that's all. But when the voices started predicting my every move, the line between paranoia and reality blurred. I remembered the first time it happened. I was brushing my teeth, standing in the dim bathroom light, when I heard it, a faint voice behind the wall, barely a whisper, but unmistakable. Turn left at the hallway. I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. I hadn't planned on turning left. I was heading straight back to bed. But as if compelled by some unseen force, I found myself pivoting toward the hallway instead. The voice faded just as I reached the living room, leaving nothing but the hum of the refrigerator. That night, sleep was a stranger. My mind churned with questions I couldn't answer. How could voices trapped in some recording predict me? Why me? Were they targeting me? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone was playing a psychological experiment on me, or a neighbor with a twisted sense of humor. But neither explained the research facility's involvement, or the recordings I'd found on my own. I sat in the dim light of my apartment, the bluish glow from the window casting long shadows on the cracked plaster. The voices had grown more insistent. Now they whispered full sentences, describing what I was doing, what I was thinking. I had to know. I needed to see the source. So, I did something I never thought I would. I crossed the street, slipped past security cameras, and found a side door slightly ajar. The corridor inside smelled of antiseptic and old paper, a cold contrast to my warm apartment. I followed the murmur of voices, mechanical and human, echoing through the sterile hallways. At the end of the hall, a small room held a bank of monitors and speakers. Rows of screens flickered with static and shifting images, each one showing scenes that looked like my life, but slightly off. A coffee cup on the counter was blue instead of white. The clock on the wall read a different time. The voices came from speakers beneath the screens, repeating lines I recognized from my apartment. I realized then, they weren't just recordings. They were experiments. Tests to see how my mind responded to parallel realities, variations of my world, my choices, my actions. Somehow, I was connected to these experiments, a participant trapped without consent. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. Not in my apartment here, in the facility. I spun around to find a woman in a lab coat, her eyes sharp and tired. She didn't look surprised, only resigned. You shouldn't be here, she said quietly. I had to see. I had to know what this is, I said, voice shaking. Why me? She sighed, glancing at the screens. Because your brain shows unusual activity. You can perceive the recordings in a way others can't. We didn't choose you. You're a subject, yes, but also a key. A key to what? To understanding how our choices ripple across possibilities. It's not safe, though. The more you interact, the more it affects your grasp on reality. Her words hit me like a weight. That explained the voices predicting me, the strange feeling that my actions were no longer entirely my own. But I wasn't ready to give up. Can you stop it? The voices? She hesitated. Not entirely. But we can limit your exposure. I nodded, swallowing hard. And after that? After that, you'll have some distance. You'll be able to live without the constant echo in your mind. The relief was immediate, but fragile. I wanted to believe her. I had to. The next days blurred into a strange routine. The facility technicians fitted me with a small device, something like a headset, designed to dampen the recordings my mind accessed. The voices softened, became distant whispers rather than intrusive commands. I felt the grip loosen, the fog lift. Still, there were moments. Moments when the silence broke and I heard a phrase, a warning from a place I couldn't name. Don't trust the door. It unnerved me, but I forced myself to ignore it. I had to. Weeks later, I stood in my apartment, the scent of coffee less sharp now. The flickering light bulb in the hallway had been replaced. I moved through the rooms, testing the boundaries of my own mind, reclaiming the space that had felt invaded for so long. I thought about the woman's words, about choice and possibility. Maybe that was the true horror, not some ghost or monster, but the loss of certainty, the erosion of self when your mind becomes a battleground for experiments beyond your control. I had survived. Not unscathed, but intact. The voices no longer predicted me. They had receded into background noise, a reminder of the thin line between reality and the countless versions of it just out of reach. As I closed the window that night, a cool breeze brushed my cheek. No whispers followed. Just the distant hum of the city, alive and indifferent. I was finally alone with my thoughts. And that was enough. Story 5, The Larkspur's Haunting, Ship of the Forgotten Dead. The morning air tasted like salt and rust, thick enough to cling to my tongue as I stepped outside. I lived in a small rental just at the edge of Mariner's Cove, a place where the shoreline curved inward like a crescent moon and fishermen's boats bobbed lazily in the harbor. The town was sleepy, the kind of place where everyone nodded hello but no one really talked about anything that mattered. That's why when the news first broke about the old freighter, the Larkspur, I thought it was just another local oddity, another story to pass around while waiting for the fish to bite. The Larkspur had washed up on the northern beach 2 nights ago, stranded and silent. No crew, no distress signals, just that hulking shadow resting on the sand like a forgotten relic. I'd seen pictures in the paper, grainy and gray, the ship's paint peeling and windows darkened like dead eyes. The whole thing looked like it belonged to another century, rusted and abandoned. People speculated it had been at sea for months, maybe years. Some said it was a ghost ship. I laughed at that, of course, but the joke felt hollow. I'm not an investigator or anything close, just a local journalist for the Mariner's Gazette, which mostly meant covering town hall meetings and the occasional lost dog report. But something about the Larkspur stuck with me. Maybe it was the eerie stillness clinging to the ship's outline against the dawn sky, or maybe it was the faint, almost imperceptible hum that a few folks swore they heard late at night near the beach. The town was restless. People were whispering about strange smells, about headaches and coughing fits cropping up near the water. I didn't think much of it at first. Pollution from the docks was nothing new, and the old water treatment plant had its quirks. Still, curiosity had me wandering down the shore that morning, camera slung over my shoulder, notebook in hand. The beach was deserted except for a solitary gull circling overhead, its cry sharp and lonely. I took careful steps on the wet sand, which squished underfoot, cool and gritty. The smell hit me before I saw the ship itself, that peculiar mix of salt, decay, and something else, something musty and sour, like damp earth left to rot. I stopped at the water's edge, eyeing the Larkspur from a distance. The hull was streaked with algae and what looked like mold growing in patches near the rusted vents. I squinted against the rising sun, the light catching on a flickering yellow glow from a porthole near the stern. That struck me as odd. The ship was supposed to be abandoned. No crew. No power source. No reason for a light. Probably a trick of the light, I muttered, though my voice sounded small against the vast quiet. I moved closer, the sand crunching sharper now, each step stirring a faint, dusty cloud. The smell grew stronger, and I noticed a faint haze hovering just above the beach, the kind of fine mist that made the skin crawl if you breathed it in too deeply. I pulled my scarf up over my nose, the fabric rubbing against my cheek as I crouched to examine the sand. Tiny black spores clung to the grains, sparkling faintly in the sun like flecks of soot. I scribbled the observation in my notebook, feeling a prickling at the back of my neck. A soft noise to my left made me jerk upright, a low, strange scratching sound, like fingernails across metal. I scanned the beach but saw nothing moving. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint voice, or maybe just a trick of the waves. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The sound was swallowed by the breeze. I shifted closer to the ship's hull, tracing my fingers along the rough, pitted metal. It was cold, clammy, almost slick with moisture. The air around me grew heavier, and my chest tightened. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just the mold spores or the dampness. I wasn't prone to panic. Then I heard it again, a faint tapping, coming from inside the ship. Slow. Deliberate. Not random. My hands trembled, though I told myself it was from the cold. The last thing I wanted was to spook myself over an old rust bucket. Probably rats, I muttered, but even I wasn't convinced. I circled the ship, looking for a way in. The main door was sealed shut, heavy steel bulkheads bolted tight. No signs of forced entry. Nearby, I spotted a ventilation grate hanging loose, twisted and bent as if something had tried to get out or in. I crouched down, peering into the dark hole. A foul stench rolled out in waves, a choking mix of mildew, chemicals, and something metallic. I gagged and stepped back, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. My stomach churned. The hairs on my arms stood on end. A sudden noise made me freeze, a muffled thud from within the ship, followed by a dragging sound. Something was moving inside. I felt the urge to run, to get back to town and call for help, but a stubborn knot of curiosity tightened in my gut. This wasn't just an abandoned vessel. Something was wrong. Something was still alive, or at least present inside that hull. I pulled out my phone and tried to get a signal. Nothing. The cove was a dead zone for most networks. I cursed under my breath. The town had its quirks, but this was starting to feel less like a quaint fishing village and more like the edge of something far darker. I glanced back toward the town, where the first wisps of smoke curled from chimneys and the faint clatter of early morning life began to rise. I felt an odd disconnect, as if the Larkspur was a separate world, a rotten secret resting just out of sight. I took a deep breath, tasting the salt and mold and something indefinable that lingered beneath. I was standing on the brink of a story no one else wanted to tell, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for what that meant. The morning light was thin and gray when I pulled myself away from the shoreline. I'd barely slept. My mind kept running over the noises I heard inside the hull, the shifting, scraping, and that low, almost imperceptible hiss. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind playing tricks, or maybe rats scurrying around in the dark. But when I closed my eyes, the sound didn't fade. It grew louder, like breathing or something worse. The town felt different this morning. The usual hum of fishermen hauling nets, kids yelling at each other from the docks, the distant clang of the harbor bell all seemed muted, as if held underwater. The air smelled off, too. Not just the brine and fish, but a faint, sour odor that tugged at the back of my throat, making me cough once or twice. I made my way to the small cafe near the pier, hoping to find someone who'd noticed the ship's arrival. Inside, the place was mostly empty, save for a few early risers nursing coffee and newspapers. The usual chatter was subdued, conversations trailing off when I entered. Maybe they'd heard rumors. Maybe the Larkspur had stirred something in the town's collective conscience. I sat at the counter, the sticky wood cool beneath my fingers, and ordered a black coffee. The barista, a woman named Marie with tired eyes and a quick smile, looked up as I settled in. "Not many folks around this morning," I said, trying to sound casual. "You seen that ship? The Larkspur?" She nodded, her smile fading. "You're not the only one worried about it. Strange thing, that ship. Came in just after dark last night. No horns, no lights. Just showed up. Any idea who owns it? What it's carrying?" She shrugged. "No clue. The harbor master's been asking questions, but nobody knows. It's like it dropped from the sky." I frowned. Dropped from the sky. That's not exactly how ships work. Marie laughed, but it was hollow. "I know how that sounds. Look, I'm just a barista. But I've lived here long enough to know when something's off." Her words echoed my own thoughts. The whole situation was off. I felt like I was standing at the edge of a puzzle with half the pieces missing. "What about the smell?" I asked, lowering my voice. "Have you noticed anything weird? Near the water?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. It's been creeping in the last few days. Like rotten eggs mixed with damp earth. People have been coughing, feeling dizzy. Some even say their water tastes funny." That caught my attention. "Water? You mean the town's water supply?" Marie nodded again, eyes darting toward the window as if expecting someone to overhear. "I don't know if it's connected to the ship, but folks are worried. The council's been quiet about it, though. No warnings or anything." I drained the last of my coffee, a bitter tang lingering on my tongue. "I'm going to take a closer look. See if I can find out what's really going on." She gave me a pointed look. "Be careful. If there's something wrong with that ship, it's not just rust and old wood we should be worried about." Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying a chill that seeped through my jacket. I headed back toward the docks, my boots crunching over wet gravel. The Larkspur sat there like a sleeping beast, its portholes dark and unblinking. I circled the ship, examining the hull for signs of recent activity. Fresh footprints in the sand, a rope ladder hanging loosely from the side, and most unsettling, a faint glimmer of light flickering through a crack near the cargo hold. The smell was stronger here, thick and sour, almost suffocating. I had to cover my mouth with my sleeve, the fabric damp and rough against my skin. My head swam slightly, the edges of my vision blurring as I fought the urge to stumble. That's when I noticed the ventilation grates along the lower deck, their metal mesh clogged with a dark, fuzzy substance that looked like mold. But this wasn't ordinary mildew. It was dense, spreading in thick patches, almost pulsating in the stale air. I pulled out my phone, but still no signal. My chest tightened. If this was leaking into the water supply, what else was it contaminating? I found the rope ladder and, after a moment's hesitation, climbed up onto the deck. The wood creaked beneath my weight, a hollow sound that echoed in the foggy morning light. I moved toward the cargo hatch. The hatch was sealed tight, but the edges were swollen and warped, the paint blistered and peeling. I tried the latch. Locked. Of course. I scanned the deck for tools or anything to pry it open. My fingers brushed against a rusted crowbar left abandoned near the railing. I didn't want to force it. Not yet. Not without knowing more. Then I heard it again, the faint scraping from below. Something was moving inside. I pressed my ear to the hatch, the sound growing clearer, a wet, shuffling noise, like something dragging itself over metal. I stepped back, heart pounding. The air felt heavier, charged, as if the ship was holding its breath. Suddenly, a voice called out from the gangplank below. "Hey! What are you doing up there?" I jumped, spinning around to see a man in a slicker coat climbing the ladder 2 at a time. His face was pale, eyes sharp and wary. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low but urgent. "It's not safe." "Why? What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He glanced nervously over his shoulder, then down at the hatch. "There's something wrong in those holds. Something we didn't expect. We're trying to contain it, but it's spreading." "Who's we?" I pressed. He hesitated, then said, "Look, I can't explain everything. But if you want to help, you need to listen. This ship, this whole thing, is a disaster waiting to happen." I swallowed hard, the weight of those words settling over me like a storm cloud. The quiet mystery of the Larkspur was unraveling, revealing a danger that went beyond rust and silence. And somewhere beneath my feet, in the dark, sealed holds, the toxic mold was breathing. The man's words hung in the stale air, sharp and heavy. I swallowed thickly, the raw foot of the railing digging into my palm. Why didn't anyone say anything? Why has the town been left in the dark? He shifted his weight, eyes darting toward the waterline where the ship's hull creaked softly against the tide. Because no one wanted to admit it. At first, we thought it was just a contamination issue, a bad batch of cargo. But then the sickness started. People got sick. And the water. The water? I echoed, my throat suddenly dry. He nodded, voice dropping lower. "Yeah. The mold spores have infiltrated the water supply. We're trying to stop it, but the seals on those holds are failing. Worse, the mold's not like anything we've seen before. It spreads fast. Toxic. Deadly." I blinked, trying to process. Toxic mold spores leaking into the town's water supply. It sounded like something out of a nightmare. The Larkspur wasn't a ghost ship after all. It was a floating poison. "Who are you?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He hesitated, then said, "I'm part of the cleanup crew, the team hired by the shipping company. We've been trying to contain the situation. But it's worse than anyone thought." The scrape of his boots against the metal ladder below pulled my gaze down. Someone else was moving on the ship, low voices whispering somewhere deeper inside. I strained to hear, but the wind picked up, carrying the faint scent of damp wood, rust, and something else, a sharp, chemical bite that stung my nose. "Look," the man said, glancing back at the hatch with a hint of panic, "you need to get off the ship. Now. It's not safe for you here." But I couldn't move. I needed to know more. What's actually inside the holds? What's causing the mold? And why hasn't anyone evacuated the town? He ran a hand through his damp hair, frustration flickering across his face. The cargo was supposed to be sealed, containing agricultural chemicals. When the ship ran aground, the containers cracked open. The chemicals fed the mold, made it more aggressive. It's like a living toxin. I swallowed again, the knot in my stomach tightening. And the town? How many people have been exposed? His eyes darkened. We don't know yet. The water treatment plant is compromised. We're trying to shut off the supply, but the system's old and fragile. If the spores spread beyond the pipes..." He didn't finish. Neither did I need him to. The gravity of the situation pressed down like the thick, humid air inside the ship's hold. I felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. The Larkspur wasn't just a rusting hulk, it was a ticking time device, and we were standing right on top of it. "I have to see it," I said, surprising myself. "I need proof. I need to understand it." He stared at me for a long moment, then sighed. "You're already too deep. Once you go down there, there's no turning back. The air is toxic. You'll need a mask and a hazmat suit. We have some gear in the locker room below." I nodded, already feeling the pull of obsession. This wasn't just a story anymore. It was a crisis. And I was in way over my head. We descended the ladder together, the steel groaning beneath our weight. The dim light flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced against the peeling paint and rusted pipes. The air grew colder, stale with the scent of mildew and chemicals. My skin prickled as though the ship itself was alive and watching. In the locker room, the man handed me a hazmat suit that smelled faintly of rubber and antiseptic. The mask felt heavy in my hands, its plastic surface scratched and worn. "Put it on," he urged. "You don't want to breathe in anything from the holds. The spores can cause respiratory failure." I fumbled with the straps, my hands shaking. The suit was cumbersome, but necessary. As I zipped up, my breath caught. The reality of what I was about to do hit me in waves. "What's your name?" I asked. "Call me Harris," he replied. His voice sounded distant, as if he was already bracing for the worst. We moved toward the hatch. Harris unlocked it with a keycard, the heavy metal door swinging open with a groan that echoed down the narrow corridor. A rush of cold, damp air hit me, carrying the unmistakable smell of decay and something metallic. The ladder down was slick with moisture. I took it slowly, every step sending a shiver through my bones. Below deck, the darkness was thick, almost suffocating. The only light came from the weak beam of Harris's flashlight, cutting through the gloom like an item. We reached the first hold. The door was sealed with a heavy latch, but it had been tampered with, scratches along the edges, signs of forced entry. "What happened here?" I whispered. Harris shook his head. "We found the crew. Unconscious. Some dead. The mold's not just in the cargo, it's in the air, in their lungs. It's like a silent killer." I swallowed hard. The quiet disaster on this ship was worse than I imagined. It wasn't ghosts or curses. It was human error, greed, and neglect, and environmental disaster in motion, and no one had sounded the alarm. Suddenly, a sharp noise shattered the silence, a low thud from deeper within the hold. Both of us froze. The beam from Harris's flashlight swung toward the sound, catching movement, a figure, pale and thin, hunched in the shadows. My heart slammed against my ribs. "Who's there?" The figure didn't answer, just shifted, a silent plea or warning in the hollow eyes. Harris stepped forward, voice low but firm. "It's not safe here. You need help." The figure hesitated, then nodded slowly, eyes flickering with something I couldn't place, fear, desperation, or maybe madness. As we helped the person to their feet, the air grew thicker, harder to breathe. I coughed, tasted the sharp tang of mold spores on my tongue despite the mask. "We have to get out," Harris urged. "Now!" But my mind was racing. This was no longer just a story about a ghost ship. It was a crisis with real victims and real consequences, and I was trapped in the middle of it, with no clear way out. Outside, the wind howled against the hull. The night was closing in. The ship creaked and groaned, as if protesting our intrusion. I glanced back at the sealed holds, the source of this nightmare. There was no going back now. The Larkspur had claimed me, just as it had claimed so many others. And somewhere, beneath the waves and rust, the mold was still spreading. The air inside the Larkspur had thickened, like breathing through a damp blanket. I glanced down the narrow corridor. The weak emergency lights flickered, casting long, jittery shadows that danced on the peeling bulkhead paint. The figure we helped to their feet, thin, pale, eyes wild, shuffled ahead, their footsteps barely audible over the ship's low groan. I didn't know their name, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. They were part of this nightmare, but how much, I couldn't tell. "Wait," I whispered, voice hoarse. "We need to know what's really going on here." Harris shook his head, but didn't argue. Instead, he stepped beside me, scanning the gloom with narrowed eyes. "Fine." But we moved fast. We pushed forward, the floorboards creaking beneath our weight. The temperature dropped noticeably as we descended, the stale air growing colder and heavier. The smell, damp earth mixed with decay, clung to everything. My mask did little to protect me. I could almost taste the spores, bitter and sharp, like inhaling burnt rubber. The sealed holds were just ahead. Rusted metal doors, bolted tight, with faded warnings, hazardous material, biocontaminant, scrawled in peeling paint. The kind of signs that should have screamed danger, but had been ignored, or worse, covered up. I crouched to examine the lock. The figure behind me muttered something, voice barely more than a rasp. They knew. They all knew. I froze. Who? The reply came slow, deliberate. The company. The crew. Everyone who set this ship to sea. They knew what was inside. And they left it here to die. The gravity of that sank in, cold and unforgiving. This wasn't a ghost ship story. It was a crime scene. A disaster waiting to happen. Behind us, a soft thud echoed. My eyes snapped toward the sound. The figure's head jerked in the same direction. We're not alone. Harris's hand went to his pocket, but found nothing. Just empty fabric. No one else is supposed to be here. We're not the only ones, the figure whispered, voice trembling. They're still aboard. The words slipped past me, chilling every nerve. Who? What do you mean? Before they could answer, a low rumble rolled through the ship, like a distant growl. The hull shuddered beneath our feet, sending dust and rust flakes spiraling from overhead pipes. I stumbled, catching myself on the cold metal door. Hold on. Harris grabbed my arm, steadying me. The figure pressed closer, eyes darting to shadows that seemed to shift and breathe in the dim light. You don't understand what's happening. This ship is a tomb, and it's waking up. I wanted to laugh. Wanted to tell them it was just mold, spores, and bad luck. But the raw fear in their voice was contagious. Something was wrong here. More than wrong. Look, I said, voice tight. We need to open these doors. Find out what's inside. Then get out. Before it gets worse. Harris hesitated. The risk was obvious, but leaving without solid evidence felt like abandoning the town to whatever poison was seeping through their water supply. I wasn't about to let that happen. I took the crowbar from my pack, a useless gesture, since the lock was too rusted to budge, but it felt like a talisman. Something to anchor me in the chaos. The figure shuffled forward, producing a battered tea-ring from beneath their coat. I kept one. From when I worked here. Their hands trembled as they fitted the key into the lock. The metal groaned, protesting. Then, with a slow, reluctant creak, the door gave way. A wave of cold air spilled out, thick with the scent of rotten chemicals. The light inside was almost non-existent, but I could make out rows of stacked crates, their surfaces mottled with green and black fuzz. The mold. It was alive, pulsing almost, expanding over every surface, creeping like a living stain. I swallowed hard. What is this stuff? The figure's eyes were hollow. It's not just mold. It's toxic. It's what killed the crew. Killed them? Harris echoed, stepping back. Not just them. The water supply. The town. It's been leaking for weeks. Maybe months. A sudden sharp cough racked my chest. My vision blurred. I blinked hard, trying to clear it, but the edges of the room seemed to ripple, as if the mold itself was twisting the air, cold and heavy with silence. We have to seal this place, I said, voice cracking. Contain it. The figure laughed, a dry, bitter sound. Contain? They never wanted to contain it. They wanted it to spread, to cover their tracks. I turned to Harris, searching his face. He looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold. We need to warn the town. Get help. Behind us, the ship moaned again, louder this time, like a creature disturbed from slumber. The walls seemed to close in, the darkness thickening, pressing against us. The figure took a step toward the hold, then stopped. You don't get it. We're already too late. The spores are everywhere. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed through the corridor. We all flinched. Harris's head snapped toward the sound. Someone else is moving down here, he said quietly, eyes sharp. And they don't want us here. I felt it then, the shift in the air, the low thrum of tension that crackled like static. The ship was alive with something darker than mold or decay. It was human. Malice. The figure's gaze locked on mine. If they catch us, it won't be the spores that kill you. My hands trembled, fingers tightening around the crowbar. The cold sweat slicked my palms. I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth, trying to focus, to think. We have to find a way out, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Before they do. Harris nodded, already moving toward the stairwell. The figure followed, but paused, looking back at the hold. This place is a grave, they said. And we're walking right into the heart of it. Outside, the wind screamed through the cracked windows, carrying the faintest hint of salt and rot. The night was closing in, swallowing the ship whole. And somewhere deep inside the Larkspur, the mold pulsed, spreading, waiting. I swallowed again, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. This was no longer just a story. It was a fight to survive. And I wasn't sure we'd make it out alive. I stood at the edge of the dockyard, the cold wind tugging in my jacket, the scent of salt and rot thick in the air. Behind me, the town was waking up, unaware. On the far side of the harbor, the ghost ship, no longer just a mystery, loomed like a sleeping beast, its rusted hull stained with streaks of dark, oily residue. It wasn't abandoned. Not really. That fact settled into my bones with a weight heavier than the chill seeping through my collar. The morning had been a blur. After the last trip down into the sealed holds, I'd finally found the truth. Toxic mold, black, velvety in patches, dangerous spores floating like invisible ash in the stale air below decks. The contamination was worse than I thought, creeping faster than anyone could have guessed, and it was already leaching into the town's water supply. I could almost taste it now, a faint bitterness, like wet cardboard, in the glass I'd drunk before I left. There had been no dramatic rescue, no last-minute heroics. Just the empty echo of my footsteps inside the ship's belly and the cold, clinical realization that people were already sick. I'd called the authorities, sure, but the longer I waited, the louder the silence from the town felt. The mayor had been oddly distant on the phone, dodging questions, brushing off the warnings. "We're monitoring the situation," he'd said. A phrase so hollow it echoed in my mind. I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the fog of exhaustion and frustration. The dock creaked beneath me, a slow, mournful groan that matched the sinking feeling in my chest. The water lapped gently against the hull, a quiet rhythm that seemed to mock the chaos beneath the surface. The first time I'd stepped onto that ship, I'd been full of curiosity, maybe even hope. A chance to uncover a forgotten piece of the town's history, to prove something to myself. Now, the hope felt like a cruel joke. The ship had swallowed secrets, and those secrets were spilling out, poisoning everything. Walking back toward the town, the streets felt different, quieter, edged with an uneasy tension. I spotted Mrs. Larkin on her porch, her hands trembling as she clutched a glass of water. "You hurt?" she asked, eyes wide and afraid. "I have," I said, voice low. "You should stop drinking the tap water. At least for now." Her nod was slow, hesitant. "But what about the kids? The school?" "I'm trying to get in touch with the health department. They're sending a team, I think." I wasn't sure if I believed myself. The days that followed were a blur of meetings, tests, and whispered warnings. The town's water supply was shut off, emergency tanks brought in, but the damage had already been done. Reports trickled in, headaches, dizziness, rashes. People coughing in the streets, eyes red-rimmed and tired. The mold wasn't just a hazard on the ship, it was a silent invader, creeping through pipes and into lungs. I kept returning to the ship, drawn by a restless need to understand how it had gone so wrong. The crew or whoever had been there had sealed those holes tight, trying to contain the mold, but something had failed. A crack in the hull, a neglected valve, a cost-cutting measure that backfired. The ship had become a prison for its own poison. One afternoon, as I stood near the rusted loading crane, a figure emerged from the fog, a man with a weathered face and eyes that held too many secrets. He introduced himself as Harper, a former dock worker who'd known the ship's last captain. "They knew," Harper said quietly. "They tried to keep it quiet. Didn't want to cause a panic. But the mold, it spread faster than they thought. And when the ship ran aground, it was just the beginning." I listened as he recounted stories of hurried meetings, bribes, and silent threats. The company that owned the ship had covered up the contamination, prioritizing profits over people. The town had been collateral damage in a game of greed and silence. It was a bitter realization. The enemy wasn't some ghost or curse, it was human negligence, the kind that festers beneath polite smiles and official reports. The horror wasn't in the ship itself, but in the way people had turned away, choosing silence over action. The cleanup took weeks. Hazmat teams arrived with heavy equipment and grim faces. The ship was cordoned off, its hold sealed tighter than before, this time with protocols and oversight. The town's water system was flushed, treated, and tested repeatedly until the taste of fear finally began to fade. Through it all, I found myself changed. The quiet dread that had settled in my gut transformed into something steadier, a resolve to keep asking questions, to push past the comfortable lies people told themselves. I chased a ghost, but what I found was all too real. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a fiery haze, I walked along the empty beach. The ship sat silent, a hulking reminder of what had been lost and what might still be saved. The air was thick but cleaner now, carrying the faint scent of pine and seaweed instead of decay. A dog barked in the distance. Somewhere, a window clicked shut. Life, imperfect and fragile, went on. I stopped and looked out over the water, letting the waves wash away the last of the bitterness on my tongue. Maybe the town would heal. Maybe I would, too. But some scars, I knew, couldn't be washed away so easily. Not here. Not ever. Story 6, Frozen in Silence, Awakening the Cold War Bunker. The wind was sharp enough that morning to make me wish I'd brought a scarf, though I rarely did. I was walking down the cracked asphalt of Old Mill Road, the gravel crunching underfoot, and the cold air tasted like rain was coming. Not that I expected anyone else to be out here. Out here was the kind of place people only talked about around campfires, or maybe in hushed tones over beers when the real world felt too boring. I didn't blame them. The place was a relic from a time I barely understood, and if I'm honest, I wasn't here for the history. I was here because it was quiet. Because the world felt too loud and too fast, and sometimes I needed to remind myself there was something still standing, something forgotten. That's why I liked this stretch of road, because it led to silence, to empty fields, and to a bunker no one had set foot in for decades. At least, that's what I thought. I pulled my jacket tighter as the sky darkened, the clouds grinding together like distant machinery. I checked my phone, mostly out of habit. No signal. Figures. I'd expected that. It was the kind of place where cell towers didn't reach, where time seemed to stop and the modern world faded away like a bad dream. I'd been coming here for weeks, ever since I stumbled across the old maps in the library archives. The bunker was marked, a small dot with a faded label, restricted facility. That was the Cold War for you, always secretive, always locked away. I didn't know what exactly I was hoping to find. Something to break the monotony, I suppose. Something that could make me feel alive. The entrance was buried beneath a tangle of wild vines and moss-covered concrete. I knelt down, brushing away leaves with my gloved hand. The metal hatch was heavy, rusted at the edges but surprisingly intact. I hesitated, the smell of damp earth and rust filling my nostrils. I could hear the faint hum of distant traffic, but only just. Out here, even the city felt like a whisper. I found a crowbar in my backpack and wedged it under the lip of the hatch. After a few tense minutes of levering, it groaned open with a sound like 1,000 sighs. Cold air spilled out, carrying with it a peculiar scent, something like stale metal mixed with a faint, sweet chemical tang. It was unsettling and oddly familiar, like walking into a hospital that had been abandoned too long. I shone my flashlight down the narrow stairwell. The beam caught layers of dust motes drifting in the stale air. The concrete walls were cracked, the paint peeling in long strips. I swallowed hard. The darkness below felt like swallowing a secret hole. I looked back up at the sky, now streaked with heavy gray clouds, then stepped down. The stairs creaked underfoot, an uneven rhythm that made me pause more than once. I had the uneasy feeling I was being watched, though I could see no one. Only the faint drip of water somewhere deeper underground broke the silence. At the bottom, the corridor stretched ahead, its walls lined with cold, greenish tiles that caught the light and gave off a faint, eerie glow. The air smelled colder here, too, or maybe that was just how my skin felt against the concrete. I moved forward, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom. Doors lined the corridor, heavy and sealed, some marked with faded signs in Cyrillic. I didn't understand the words, but the sense of warning was clear enough. I paused outside one number 17, if I remembered correctly from the blueprints. The handle was cold, unyielding. I tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The door seemed welded shut by decades of neglect. That's when I heard it. A faint, mechanical hum, low and steady, like the heartbeat of a machine struggling to stay alive. It came from somewhere deeper in the bunker. I froze, the sound prickling at the edges of my nerves. It shouldn't have been there. Everything was supposed to be dead, abandoned. I told myself it was probably an old generator or some kind of emergency system still limping along. Maybe a backup power supply that hadn't quite died. But then I smelled it again. That chemical tang, stronger now, mixed with something else, something acrid and sour. My throat tightened. I wanted to turn around, to leave, but curiosity anchored my feet to the cold tiles. I followed the sound and the scent, deeper into the labyrinth. The corridor opened up into a larger room, sterile and clinical. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls. Hard to believe, I know. The was louder here, almost comforting in its constancy. And then I saw them. Rows of cylindrical pods, lined up like tombstones beneath the flickering lights. The glass was frosted over, but inside I could make out shapes, figures, motionless and pale, suspended in some sort of fluid. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling. The life support monitors attached to each pod blinked with steady green lights. They were still running. Somehow, against all odds, the systems hadn't shut down. I leaned closer, breath fogging the glass. Each figure wore a uniform, their faces peaceful and unchanged by time. It was impossible to know how long they'd been there, locked in that suspended state. The air grew heavier, the scent sharper. I realized then that it wasn't just stale, it was becoming toxic, slowly filling the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay with something I couldn't quite identify. The life support systems were working, yes, but not for me. Panic fluttered in my chest. I backed away, fumbling for my flashlight, and that's when the lights flickered again, longer this time, plunging the room into near darkness. Silence. Complete silence. And then a voice crackled over an ancient intercom, barely audible but unmistakably human. "Is anyone there?" My breath caught. I wasn't alone. Not really. I wanted to answer, but my voice failed me. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I wanted to believe it was just a glitch, a leftover fragment of a bygone era. But the bunker had other plans. The voice lingered in the stale air, a faint crackle that seemed almost unreal against the thick silence of the bunker. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. Yes, I finally managed, my voice rough and cracked, barely more than a rasp. "I'm here." The intercom went dead again. I listened, straining for any sound other than the mechanical drone and the distant drip of water somewhere deeper in the bunker. Nothing. The glass tanks stood like silent sentinels, their occupants frozen in suspended animation, the eerie calm on their faces mocking the chaos stirring inside me. There was a faint metallic tang in the air, sharper now, and my nose wrinkled at the smell, something like burnt plastic mixed with rust. I stepped back, the soles of my boots scraping against the rough concrete floor. The air felt heavier, harder to breathe. My chest tightened. I knew why. The life support systems, still running, still holding these people in stasis, were slowly poisoning the atmosphere. Oxygen levels dropping, toxins rising. I had to find out how long this place had been running like this. How long had those people been locked away? Had whoever put them here meant for them to come back? Or were they forgotten, casualties of a war that never really ended? My flashlight flickered as I moved toward a control panel recessed into the wall. The screen was cracked, but faint green text pulsed softly beneath the grime. I crouched, brushing off decades of dust and grime. The keyboard was sticky, some keys jammed from corrosion, but the screen displayed logs, dates, times, system statuses. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through the entries. The last recorded activity was from 30 years ago. But the life support system had remained active, maintained by an automatic failsafe. That explained the toxic air. The filters were degrading, releasing harmful gases. If I didn't find a way to shut it down, I'd be trapped in a slow suffocation. A soft clatter echoed from the far corridor, sharp and sudden in the silence. I froze. The sound couldn't have come from the cryo chambers. I wasn't alone down here after all. I tapped my flashlight against my palm, trying to focus, willing my heart to slow. "Hello?" I called out, voice steadier than I felt. "Is someone else here?" No answer. Just a distant dripping, and the faint mechanical roar of the bunker's failing systems. The cold, recycled air made my throat itch. I coughed once, sharp and dry. I debated turning back, but something pulled me forward, a mix of curiosity and a creeping dread I couldn't shake. I moved toward the corridor where the noise had come from. The walls here were lined with peeling paint and faded signage in Cyrillic, warning of hazards and restricted areas. I ran my hand along the rough plaster, feeling the grit beneath my fingers. Halfway down the hall, the lights flickered again, longer this time, plunging me into near darkness. My flashlight beam wavered, and I blinked to clear the sudden dizziness. My breath came out in shallow bursts. The bunker seemed to inhale and exhale with me, a living thing barely holding itself together. Then, from the darkness, a shadow shifted. Not the cryo chamber glass reflection, something real. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled again. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice louder, though my throat felt raw. A figure stepped forward, framed by the flickering light. Not a ghost or some hallucination, but a person, worn clothes, face drawn tight with exhaustion and something else I couldn't quite place. Relief? Fear? "We're still here." The voice was low, uncertain. "No one's supposed to be here." I blinked, trying to focus on the stranger's face. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin pale, but alive. "How long have you been down here?" I asked, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. "Years," he said. "Trapped. Waiting for someone to find us." His gaze flicked nervously behind me. "You need to get out. The air, it's getting worse. The systems are failing. We don't have much time." A cold wave of panic rolled through me, but I forced myself to nod. "I saw them," I said, nodding toward the cryo chambers. "The people in stasis." "Are you one of the workers? Or prisoners?" He hesitated, jaw clenched. "Both, maybe. We were supposed to keep this place running. Keep them safe. But something went wrong. We were locked in when the alarm went off. No one came back to open the doors." I swallowed hard, trying to process it all. "And the voice? The intercom? Was that you?" "No," he said quickly, shaking his head. "That's been dead for years. Something must have triggered it. Maybe a power surge." His eyes darted toward the control panel behind me. "You need to check the life support systems. Find a way to shut them down before the air becomes lethal." I glanced back toward the tanks. The peaceful faces of the frozen occupants haunted me. I didn't want to leave them behind, but the stranger's warning was clear. If the air turned toxic, none of us would make it out. The man, he introduced himself as Mikhail, led me deeper into the bunker. The corridors grew narrower, the air colder and more oppressive. The smell of decay was stronger here, mixed with something sharper, chemical. I covered my mouth with my sleeve, tasting the acrid bitterness on my tongue. We reached a small room filled with panels and gauges, many flickering erratically. Mikhail gestured toward a control board covered in dust and cobwebs. "This is the main life support system. The filters are failing, releasing carbon monoxide and other toxins. We tried to repair it, but the parts were old, and the manuals were incomplete." I squatted down, studying the panel. Buttons and switches were labeled in a mix of Russian and English, faded beyond easy reading. I fumbled with a switch, and the hum of the system shifted, the air feeling marginally lighter. Better? Mikhail asked. For now, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The air still felt heavy, and I could taste the metallic tang of something wrong. Suddenly, a distant rumble vibrated through the walls. Dust fell from the ceiling in tiny clouds. The lights flickered violently, then steadied. What was that? I asked, heart thudding. Mikhail's face darkened. The bunker is unstable. We don't know how much longer it will hold. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to believe we'd find a way out, that we could save those people in stasis, that we wouldn't be trapped here like ghosts in a tomb. But the bunker had already shown me its cruel indifference. Listen, Mikhail said, voice low, urgent. There's something else. Not just the air. Not just the systems failing. I frowned, my flashlight beam trembling. What do you mean? He swallowed hard. We don't know who or why, but they're dangerous. Watching. Waiting. The weight of his words pressed down on me. The quiet hum of the life support systems, the echoing corridors, the frozen figures all suddenly felt like part of a trap. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady my nerves. We need a plan, I said. If the air, cold and heavy with silence, is going bad and there's someone else down here, we're running out of time. Mikhail nodded. His eyes were tired, but resolute. Agreed. Let's find the others. Maybe we can get the whole group together. Strength in numbers. As we moved back toward the cryo chambers, a distant clang echoed through the tunnels, sharp, deliberate. Neither of us flinched. The rumble had barely faded when Mikhail's voice cut through the stale air, low and urgent. There's something else. Not just the air. Not just the systems failing. I looked at him, eyes narrowing. What do you mean? He hesitated, fingers twitching over the control panel as if the buttons might bite him. I found something in the logs. Something disturbing. The flickering lights cast long shadows across the bunker walls, their pale glow making the frozen occupants look more like statues than people. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste in my mouth thickening, and forced myself to focus. Show me, I said. Mikhail pulled up a screen, the glow dim but readable, and pointed to a series of entries dated decades ago. The words were cryptic, but I caught the gist. Containment breach, protocol override, quarantine lockdown. The dates startled me. These weren't recent. They were from the early 80s. Containment breach? I echoed, voice low. What kind of containment? He shook his head slowly. That's the question. The official files say this bunker was for research and shelter. But these logs hint at something else, something dangerous enough to trigger a lockdown and keep this place sealed for years. I rubbed my temples. Dangerous how? What was contained? Mikhail's eyes darkened. I don't know exactly. But the air system's failing, and the filters, if you can call them that, are old, nearly spent. Whatever was here, it's probably still here, in some form. I swallowed again, the metallic tang now sharp, almost biting. My throat felt raw, and I coughed, a dry, rasping sound that echoed off the concrete walls. The hum of the life support systems was no longer comforting. It was a countdown. Are you saying there's something alive down here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, but I caught the tension in his shoulders. I'm saying it's possible. Or maybe something that was alive. Something that didn't just die quietly. A sudden sharp click made us both jump. The panel beside us lit up briefly, then went dark. The air grew colder, thinner. I felt lightheaded, fingers tingling. Great, I muttered. The systems are going south faster than we thought. Mikhail tapped a few buttons, trying to reboot the panel. This place is a trap. Once the air degrades, there's no easy exit. The main doors are sealed tight, and the backup routes are either flooded or blocked. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste now mingling with an acrid stench, something chemical, sharp and angry. My head swam. So we're stuck. Unless we find another way, Mikhail said, eyes scanning the dim corridor behind us where the stasis pods stood like silent sentinels. I glanced at the pods again. The occupants remained frozen, their faces pale and eerily calm. But the life support tubes still hummed softly, connected to machines that clearly hadn't stopped working. Why keep them alive? I whispered. Why maintain this? Whatever this is? Mikhail's face tightened. Because they're important. Or someone thought they were. I swallowed the lump in my throat. My hands trembled slightly as I reached out, brushing a finger against the smooth glass of one pod. The cold seeped through my jacket sleeve, icy and unyielding. What if the air gets worse? I asked. What if we don't get out? He looked at me then, eyes hard but tired. Then we become part of the bunker. The ghosts we feared. A shiver ran down my spine. The thought was unbearable. We need information, I said. We need to know who these people were, what they were doing, and why the bunker was sealed. Mikhail nodded, pulling up more files on the flickering screen. The data was fragmented, corrupted in places. But a name kept appearing, Dr. Anatoly Petrov. He was listed as the lead scientist. Petrov, I muttered. Maybe he holds the answers. Mikhail frowned. There's a message here. A recording, supposedly. But the file is encrypted. I bit my lip. Can you crack it? He hesitated. I can try, but it might take time we don't have. I looked back at the pods, the frozen faces staring blankly. Time was already slipping through our fingers. Then came the sudden, unmistakable sound of metal scraping against metal from deeper in the bunker. A slow, deliberate noise echoing through the corridors. We both froze. I swallowed the rising panic, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue. Did you hear that? I whispered. Mikhail nodded, his fingers tightening on the console. Someone's down there. Or something. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. The bunker didn't want us here. That much was clear. We don't have the luxury of waiting, I said. We need to move. Now! Mikhail glanced toward the sealed door at the far end of the room, the only known exit. The heavy metal was scarred, the paint peeling. Beyond it lay darkness. I swallowed again, the metallic tang bitter in my mouth. The air was thickening, the hum of the machines faltering. There was no turning back. The choice was simple, brutal: stay and suffocate, or press forward into the unknown. I glanced once more at the pods, the silent prisoners of a long-buried secret. Let's find out what killed them, I said. Mikhail nodded, and together we stepped toward the door. A sudden, sharp hiss filled the room, and the lights flickered violently. The temperature dropped, my breath misting in the chill. Then the door groaned, slow and heavy, and something moved behind it. The door moved. Do you see anything? I whispered. My voice sounded strange, too loud in my own ears. Mikhail shook his head, eyes fixed on the gap widening between us and the darkness beyond. No light, no shapes, just a blackness that felt like it swallowed sound whole. Then there was a shuffle. something just beyond that door, something alive. I wanted to step back, to slam the door shut and run. My legs felt like they were made of lead. But I didn't. We had to know. We had to understand what this place was hiding. The door cracked open enough for a sliver of black to spill into the room. The hum of the life support systems faltered, then surged, as if struggling to keep the air breathable. I looked at the pods again. The frozen occupants were still there, still trapped in their glass tombs. But the machines that kept them alive kept them frozen or faltering. That hiss earlier hadn't been a warning. It was a symptom. Mikhail's hand found mine, fingers cold, trembling. "What if it's not just the air?" he said, voice low. I squeezed back. Then we find out before it's too late. Silence settled between us, thick as the toxic air. Then, from the darkness, came a figure. Not a ghost. Not a shadow. A man. He stepped through the doorway, face pale but eyes sharp, like he'd been waiting for us. His clothes were tattered, stained, and his movements were slow but deliberate. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, he raised a hand, fingers trembling, and pointed deeper into the bunker. I swallowed hard. "You're one of them?" He nodded, and a flicker of something passed through his eyes. Fear? Desperation? Both. Mikhail stepped closer. "What happened here? Why are you still alive?" The man's lips moved, but no sound came out. Then I noticed the mask dangling from his neck, cracked and useless. The air must be worse than we thought. He tried again, this time managing a dry, rasping sound. "Air, bad," he said, voice rough like gravel. "Others, not." I glanced back at the pods, dread settling like a stone in my stomach. The life support systems kept them barely alive, but the air was turning poisonous. We were running out of time. "Help us," I said, desperate. "We need to get out." He shook his head slowly. "No, no exit. Door locked." From outside. My heart hit my ribs. Locked from the outside? Someone was still controlling this place. Or had been, until recently. But why? Mikhail's eyes narrowed. "Then who sealed us in?" The man's gaze flicked to the console, then back to us. He tried to speak again, but the words caught somewhere in his throat. I stepped forward, pressing my hand to the cold metal of the door's frame. The bunker was closing in. The air was changing. And whoever had locked us in was still out there, or had left a trap in place. A sudden clang echoed down the corridor behind us. I spun around. The man flinched, eyes wide with panic. "Stay," he said, voice urgent now. "Danger." But the sound came again, closer, heavier, like something large moving in the shadows. I grabbed Mikhail's arm. "We can't stay. We have to keep moving." He hesitated, then nodded. The man led us down the corridor, each step echoing in the hollow space. The flickering lights cast long shadows that danced on the concrete walls. The air grew colder still, and a metallic tang filled my nose. I tried to focus on the sound of our footsteps, but the banging behind us kept creeping closer. My skin prickled. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, the man stopped. He pointed to a side door, half open, revealing a small room filled with old equipment and dusty files. "Safe," he whispered. I peered inside. The room smelled of mold and rust, but the air felt cleaner. For a moment, I breathed deeply, savoring the difference. Mikhail pulled out a flashlight and shone it on the files. "These might tell us more," he said. I sank against the wall, trying to calm the racing in my chest. The door behind us thudded again, louder this time. "Who's there?" I called out, voice shaky. No answer. The man looked at me, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. "They watch. They..." He didn't explain. I wanted to scream, to run, but the air was thin and the darkness thick. We were trapped in a web of secrets and fear. Mikhail rifled through the papers, the rustle of pages sharp in the stillness. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven. Then I noticed something, a faded photograph wedged between two pages. It showed a group of men and women in uniforms, smiling, standing in front of the very pods we'd seen. Underneath, a note scrawled in barely legible ink, Project Eternal Vigilance. "What's that?" I asked, pointing. Mikhail's brow furrowed. "Sounds like a code name." "For what, though?" Before I could answer, the lights flickered violently, plunging us into brief darkness. When they snapped back on, the man was gone. I blinked, heart hammering. Where did he go? Mikhail stood, shining the beam down the corridor. "I don't like this." A low groan echoed through the walls, like the bunker itself was settling or waking. The banging started again, faster now, right behind the side door. I pressed my back harder against the cold wall, eyes darting. The files slipped from Mikhail's hands, scattering. "Get ready," he muttered, voice tight. I nodded, swallowing the panic rising like bile. The air tasted sour, sharp against my tongue. The door rattled wildly. Then something slammed into it. We were running out of time. Why would anyone lock us in here? I whispered, voice cracking. Mikhail shook his head. Control. Fear. Maybe they never wanted us to find out. The door buckled again, splinters cracking. I closed my eyes for a moment, took a shaky breath. The pods. The frozen people. The man who'd been watching us. The sealed door. The toxic air. We were trapped in a place built for silence and secrets. And those secrets were hungry. A shadow appeared in the doorway. Not human. Not quite. My stomach twisted, cold sweat prickling along my spine. Then the lights cut out completely. Darkness swallowed us whole. The darkness came down like a shroud, thick and absolute. Then, a faint hum. Not mechanical, but alive, breathing, maybe. Or something that once was. The emergency light stuttered back to life, flickering weakly before settling into a dull, orange glow. The room re-emerged, but it wasn't the same. The air felt heavier, thicker, like it had been steeped in something toxic overnight. My throat burned, and I coughed, sharp and sudden. "Are you okay?" Mikhail's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I was. My mouth tasted metallic, dry as sandpaper. The pods stood like tombstones, their occupants still frozen in icy suspension. But the life support systems, somehow they had kept going. For how long? Days? Weeks? Months? I couldn't tell anymore. Time had blurred in this place. Then I noticed the air vent on the far wall. A thin, steady drip leaked from it, like water falling in slow motion. But it wasn't water. It smelled. Wrong. Chemical, acrid, and faintly sweet. "Carbon monoxide," I said, voice brittle. "The air is poisoning us." Mikhail blinked, confusion turning to alarm. "How do you know?" "I worked in a refinery once." "The smell. It's the same." His eyes darted toward the control panel, the flickering screen still alive with static data. The readings confirmed it. The oxygen levels were dropping. Carbon monoxide rising. The ventilation system was compromised, maybe damaged in whatever slammed the door. We were breathing poison. I swallowed hard and looked back at the pods. The frozen people. Their faces pressed against the glass, serene and unmoving. Like statues carved out of ice and fear. They had been preserved, yes, but at what cost? Their life support had kept them alive, but for how long? And why? The more I stared, the more I wondered if this was some kind of experiment, or punishment, or something far worse. We have to get out, I said, urgency creeping into my voice. Mikhail shook his head, voice low, the doors jammed. The locks are electronic. I tried everything. I swallowed again, my hands trembling despite myself. Then we find another way. That's when I noticed the narrow maintenance corridor leading away from the main chamber, half hidden behind a panel that was barely hanging on. I pried it open, the metal groaning like a tired beast, revealing a cramped, dimly lit passage. We stepped inside, the stale air pressing in. The faint drip followed us, a steady, mocking reminder that time was running out. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and ragged, like a drumbeat in a tomb. The corridor twisted and turned, the flickering lights casting grotesque shadows that danced on the walls. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the bunker itself was trying to swallow us whole. Mikhail's breath was ragged beside me, eyes wide and alert. I don't know how long we walked, but it felt like hours. The air grew colder, the smell of chemicals more pungent. My head throbbed, vision swimming at the edges. I forced myself to keep moving, each step a small victory against the creeping poison. Then, a faint glimmer ahead. A door, slightly ajar, light spilling out from the crack. Relief surged through me, sharp and sudden. I pushed the door open. Beyond it was a small, cluttered room, screens lined the walls, some flickering with static, others dark. Papers were strewn across a desk, yellowed with age. And in the corner, a small window looked out onto the surface. A thin slice of sky, gray and cold. "We're not far," Mikhail whispered. I stepped closer to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. The world outside felt distant, like a dream I might never reach. Then I heard it. The voice. Soft at first, barely audible over the hum of the failing systems. A whisper carried on the stale air. Human, but strained, desperate. Help. Us. I spun around. Mikhail's face was pale, eyes wide with disbelief. "The ventilation," he said, voice shaking. "It's not just the air. Someone's been down here. Alive." A slow chill crawled up my spine, colder than the ice in those pods. We weren't alone. Had we ever been? The banging on the door before. The shadow. The whisper in the dark. Someone had been trapped here all along. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The bunker wasn't just a tomb, it was a prison. For the frozen and for the living alike. "Do you think," I started, voice barely steady, "that man who was watching us? He's still here?" Mikhail swallowed hard. "Maybe." We sat in that cramped room, the hum of the failing life support systems a cruel reminder of time slipping away. I looked at the scattered papers, trying to make sense of the chaos, the secrets buried here. The files mentioned names, scientists, soldiers, civilians. People frozen in time, their lives suspended on a item edge of fear and secrecy. But no mention of the man. No explanation. We were left with questions, and a growing dread that someone, something, was still lurking in the shadows, waiting, Hours passed. The air grew thinner, my vision blurred, and the whispering voice faded into silence. Mikhail and I leaned against each other, exhausted, broken. But we had a plan. We couldn't stay. We wouldn't. When dawn's first light filtered through the tiny window, weak and pale, I forced myself to stand. Every movement was sluggish, each breath a struggle. But the surface was close now, and the fresh air beyond the door was worth every ounce of effort. We pushed the door open. Outside, the world was damp and gray, the cold mud beneath my boots soaking through my worn shoes. The bunker entrance loomed behind us, silent and indifferent. We stumbled away, gasping for air that didn't burn. I looked back once, the heavy metal door sealing shut behind us. Secrets buried again, but not forgotten. Mikhail turned to me, eyes tired but resolute. "What now?" I exhaled, the sharp air filling my lungs like a promise. "We tell the world." He nodded, and for the first time in days, a flicker of hope warmed the chill between us. As we walked away from the bunker, I thought about those frozen faces, trapped in ice and silence. They were ghosts of a past that refused to die, reminders of a fear that still whispered in the dark. And me? I was different now. The fear had carved something inside me, a sharp edge of determination, and a heavier understanding of what it means to be truly trapped. The bunker was sealed, but its echoes would follow me forever.